And we are now going to see if we connect. Let's see if we connect to studio, and hopefully we get an excellent connection, which is what it says thus far. Image yet to appear. And once the image appears, then we check with the channel itself to see that we upvote, and we are now get echo. Excellent. We have echo, and everybody upvote. It is a very small action on your part to upvote. It is existential for Team Dietrich. It's a matter of life and death to us. Now we're going to start the call. Let's get that audio call going, and all within the minute. Every time it's a minor miracle that we get to start on time. Let's bring Aristides in particular aboard if possible, and we look forward to a visit from anyone else who decides to join us. Dear Aristides, how are you, sir?
All right.
Good. Well, much the better for speaking with you, as always. So, dear sir, let's ask the usual question. First off, let's see if you're registering. Say a little grunt or something so we can see if you're registering.
A little grunt or something.
There we are. It's registering. So, dear sir, do me a favor. Let us know how you feel about a blurb. You in the mood?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
It's a good time as any.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So I'll we already have 3 people. We have 3 people already in chat. Let's read their statements first. T-Take Berry says, "Good evening, brother, loud and clear." Heather says, "Hey, everybody." And Douglas Mark says, "Hey, team leader, I hope all is well." T-Take Berry says, "The little grunt was heard," and we're joined by a 4th individual. Jacob Cox, who says, "Copy that loud and clear. Goddess bless you all. Our love extends to all of you and our extended electronic family. And let's hope everything starts registering. Good number of people already. Excellent. So with that in mind, while I play around with responding to these wonderful people in chat, in order of appearance, our man Aristides, the executive producer, will take it from here and tell you all what life is all about.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what life here is all about on the program.
Yes.
and especially everyone who just showed up and everyone otherwise listening. You want to hit that thumbs up vote right away. Very first thing. It's important to do that right away, not just to pad Douglas's ego, but to also influence the algorithm of YouTube. And that is important because there are downvotes placed. You can't see them, and you might imagine, who could be, so horrible as to do that. If you don't like it, just leave. But there are those, and it is a coordinated effort.
Yeah, it's called gang stalking.
Yes, by certain various parties. Douglas has mentioned in the past. So, for as long as there's cruddy little bots keep on ticking, we need a few upvotes right away to balance that out for the algorithm. And that is because that algorithm influences how likely Douglas is to show up high up in search results or in suggested content areas, etc., and therefore be searchable and discoverable by people, especially potential new listeners and fans. And then that really, in the end, adds up to, not just moral support, but financial support also. We will get to that. So hit that thumbs up right away. You have to be signed into YouTube to do that. And the easy way, if you've never done it before, is to use a Gmail, because YouTube and is part of the wonderful Google umbrella. So if you use the Gmail,
The
that should get you in.
all-encompassing
Yes.
Google
Yeah.
umbrella. That's the
Yeah.
fucking firmament. Yes, go on.
Yeah. Right. Right. All those people that want to argue once again about it's the Earth's flat and the firmament. Be like worry about the real firmament of the techno sphere.
The data sphere. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you I believe a Gmail will get you signed in for free and no additional effort, no making of an account. Of course, feel free to follow the prompts and make an account. I guess with other types of email as possible, if you wish. And you can actually, if you have multiple Gmails or wish to make them, once you're signed in with one, you can go to the little account menu up in the corner where you can make yourself a little avatar of some kind or a little profile picture, if you will. If not, it'll probably just show the initials of your account. If you go under there where it says switch account, that is how you can switch between logins once you've established them. And again, that can be as easy as a couple of Gmails you have lying around. Once you get those signed in, and you can be signed in from multiple. And they do let you multitask or whatever. That one you can be signed in from multiple Gmails, and you can log into YouTube from multiple Gmails or other accounts as you make. And all of them, the reason we're so laboriously explaining this is that they're all capable of upvoting as well. So
excellent.
Once you've got this, got that in the bag, you can just switch between and hit the thumbs up again, and you can vote more than once in the Dietrich democracy here, where you actually get something for your vote. So
that's right. Unlike the American Republic, where all your votes are canceled out by the Electoral College.
Right. Or you're just voting for some piece of crap or another piece of crap. Zionist A or B. Free choice. Anyway, moving on. Actually, also underneath any account in that same switch account spot, there should be a thing there that says view all channels or something similar. And a channel is not a sign-in account. A channel is what normally would be used for publication. Just because you sign into YouTube doesn't mean you're ready to publish. You actually have to make a channel. But you can make channels, multiple, I believe, and you don't have to put anything in them or publish anything. The thing is, they're a separate identity that can upvote also. So that is another way to get upvotes, different accounts or multiple channels under your account. Or even if you just make one extra login or channel or whatever, and just throw one extra upvote when you come, 2-for-1 special, that helps. So please do that, or at the very least, just hit that upvote when you show up. If you're not really too tech savvy or down for all that, just please hit the upvote. So
excellent.
After that, now that you're signed in, you can do other things like click the share link to share the link to the program, which is good both during the live now and the replay when it's like a regular video on YouTube. And if you hit that button, I believe the algorithm will see that. It gives you basically the same thing as copying it right out of the search bar, but it sees you press the button.
It does.
Sees nearly everything. Nearly everything. I don't know that as far as I know, I don't think they know if you're copying out of the bar. But if you hit the button, and so it'll help the algorithm and give you this handy link to share that you should share anywhere you feel remotely comfortable, so that others can encounter the work here also. Chats, email, print it out with a QR code generator, because nobody's going to type in a link. Let's be real there. If they can't click or point and click, it's probably not happening. And so you can access many free. Just search for free QR code generator, and you'll find one. And you can make QR code, tape it up in the bathroom there at the what's the big train station in New York City or
Oh God, what is it? Something Station
Um,
Central.
Central.
Good God, I'm
Yeah.
forgetting.
Yeah.
I wish I remembered. That's so silly of me to forget that. Grand Central Station.
Grand
Grand Central
Central.
Station.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Grand Central or whatever the closest thing is for you. You know, where you're going to anything, even even your seedy hometown bar. Tape it right up there. Um,
Yeah, there especially. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. anything you can think of, right? So come
Yes.
up with some pretty inventive things in the past. Paper airplanes, and I wonder how much those things like where you can project like an laser image on a building.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Some kind of
yeah,
holographic projector.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. So if you're brave, if you're brave at the next event, when any let's just say leaders of the nation are speaking, don't run in there with a firearm. Just project Douglas
Yeah.
Douglas's
Oh, that'll destroy them.
link.
Oh, they'll
Huh?
melt. Yes, they'll disintegrate.
Yeah. Project. I guess it'd have to be. I wonder how a QR code worked there. I will have to look into that, but make it count. That'll be the shot heard around the world. Right.
Indeed.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Anyway, be creative. Share. Email chats. What have you.
Yes.
Maybe. Oh, there's the little tear off things that you would see, like lost cat. Take the phone number. Right.
Yes. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, those. I hate
Yeah.
those, but
Right.
I love them too.
Yeah. Right. You could put one of his beautiful art images up there, and then maybe turn it sideways. You have to make the little tear offs a little wider for the QR code, right? But yeah, there you go. Tear one off, and they can take it home and share with their friends. And, okay.
Well, I'll make sure to get a copy of tonight's scan of the painting that was produced for our lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs. I'll get a copy of that to Aristides after the show is over. Be patient with me on that. I just don't want to fuck with the file while the show is live because of all the strange things that have happened in the past. But tonight's show is dedicated to Victoria Lauren Hobbs. We'll get back to that. Our man Aristides.
Yeah, we should talk about her.
Yeah. Yes. And in the interim, round out all your thoughts on all the other.
Yeah. No, I would like, and you've got so much great artwork in the past, actually, that. Feel like we should be
I'll try and dig
archiving
up some of that for you. I'll try and dig up some of that for you and start sending you the full scans.
You can do it that way, or we'll have other ideas we could talk. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to just screenshot the thumbnails because they have the text on them. So it's
no, right. No, not that.
Yeah.
Something a little more serious too.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, cool. So. Okay, we got a little aside there, but let's keep moving. And so other things that drive the algorithm would very certainly be comments on the episode, which are only enabled after the live to go to any previous, at least recent, except for that stretch of time when they were disabled or banned. Underneath the program window, you can see comments. You can leave comments. Please feel free to do so. That should help the algorithm a lot. It doesn't have to be serious. It can be about the show. It could be about anything you're feeling that day, or just generally venting, or what have you. And also, you can upvote comments there. That is also actually quite important, especially the comment that Doug invariably leaves there with his crucial information. Going there now. Just make sure I did that. I'd be a hypocrite if I said, upvote Doug's comment and I didn't. Oh, I didn't. Better do that right now. So he always leaves one with his PayPal and his website. So upvote that, because if comments are downvoted more than they're upvoted, they can be disappeared by YouTube. So yeah. Upvote comments, leave comments. That is important too, and that is comments are different than the live chat that runs during the program, but you may see that during the replay too. So don't get the two confused. Um, like, yeah, you can't comment in the chat, after, I think, what'd you say when that's how Brooke came on board? She thought something that was being like replayed was
Oh,
alive.
that's right. That's right. But that was due to Sean Bond. That was his stupidity. Sean Bond had published a pre-recorded interview only because, of course, I had uploaded it first. Otherwise, he was never going to publish it. He was so embarrassed by his own presentation in that interview. He was slammed out of he was he was ripped, slammed, wasted, burnt, anyhow. But when he did publish it, he somehow published it in such a manner that it appeared to be a live stream. It appeared that it was live. So Brooke was trying to interact with it and wondering how the hell why are they not letting me interact, and of course that was then she found out it was pre-recorded, then came looking for me personally, like I was responsible for it, so that she could wreak her wrath and vengeance upon me.
Really? That was the introduction, huh?
Yeah, that was the introduction. Yes.
For Brooke, no kidding.
Yeah, it's a case of false intimacy that happens with people when they take a look at somebody and they feel that they're interacting with them personally. That's how would I say? I say this humorously. Yeah. It's a kind of borderline schizophrenia, because schizophrenics actually do that. They'll watch a film and they'll feel that they're interacting with it.
Sure.
But yeah, in her case, she just felt that my eyes were locking onto hers, and even though I believe she means that metaphorically, she apparently took it seriously enough to hunt me down, and it was chaos ever since. So there you go.
And now she doesn't even show up.
Yeah, now she doesn't even show up. Yeah.
What the hell, bro?
Yeah, I'll try.
Disappointed.
Yeah.
Disappointed.
Yeah. I tried to call her recently, but there was her mailbox is full, voice box is full, and
of course,
and she doesn't look at any text, so it's like it's catch as catch can. But hopefully we'll catch up sometime soon. Yeah.
She'll surface when she's ready.
Yeah.
She's got that fire, that fire you spoke of. Ready to go again. Yeah.
Yes. And
all right. So leave comments, upvote comments. What else can you do to drive the algorithm? I think that's about it as far as the algorithm. Let you know if you think anything else, but also let's see. Well, let's get to money.
Yeah, that's important.
Yes. Wait too long. Yeah. Wait too long. As we mentioned, getting listeners, audience helps Douglas if some of them, never enough, but some of them contribute. And the easiest way is with PayPal. And many people have it, some don't. We'll get to that. But if you do have it at the ready, put a fresh link in the chat there. Although you never need the link. It's never an excuse. Oh, I couldn't find the link. I'm going to just blow my money on something else because it's always right on the front image there. Conspicuously, you don't even have to type in the PayPal.me. Just go to your any search thing, type PayPal. You get there, type that Douglas D. Dietrich. We think you can type out that much. That's the only thing I ask you to type out ever.
Yes.
And you should get to his PayPal, and you'll see image of him there with the hat, the glasses up on the hat, and it's real small. It looks like long hair. It looks like long hair.
Yes, it is. It is long hair
in that one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's him. And then you want to send him everything you can afford there. Just
everything you got.
Everything you got. Yeah. You'll get more. So send him everything you got. There, one time, we'll give you a slight break if you make it a recurring, regular payment, which you can do with set up with PayPal once a month, something like that. you can do that also. So do consider that. That is, it adds up. So PayPal is the easiest, but if you don't have PayPal, want to have PayPal or use it, or for some reason, and you're willing to contribute with just a credit card, you can go to his, the easiest way to find his other PayPal, the commercial one that allows that, is to go to the website. Let's post that in there. But that is also right up there on the front, screen there, DouglasDietrich.com. You can type that in and go there, or click the link I just put in, or see the link he puts in the comments of every single episode. And get to the website, DouglasDietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner yellow button is the donate button that works. Ignore the other one. Nothing will happen anyway if you click it, but give it a shot if you want. But click the yellow button, it says donate there, and I'll give you a little menu. And one of those options will just be donate with debit or credit card. So you don't have to be signed in, you just have to have a card. So there you go. Your next easiest option. Also one for Venmo. They do talk to each other now, so you can send money right over from Venmo with that. Or I think you can go into your Venmo and just search for PayPal accounts, as far as I know, which would be the Douglas D. Dietrich. Third option just says donate with PayPal, but that goes to the commercial account, which a little bit of tax is taken out of by PayPal because it is a commercial account. Yes. So no big gripe if it ends up there, but if you are signed into PayPal, the one mentioned first would be preferable. I'm just trying to give you all the options. What is that? I haven't looked at that account recently. That picture is different. Yeah, that's the one that you don't have a hat and the glasses.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's very similar. It just doesn't have the middle initial D.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah. We won't call it out because we want people mainly going to the other one, but yeah. So there you go. So many ways to give, and so few reasons. Right, and even then you're like, oh, I live in a cabin. I don't have any type of account. I just have various piles of cash. We won't ask where you get them. To your post office, get a postal money order preferred, and you want to send it in the physical mail. That certainly is an option. And if you're going to send Douglas anything such as that, please don't send loose cash in an envelope. At least seal it up good in a card or something inside of another envelope, or better yet, in a care package of some kind. He likes those. If you want to send anything physically, I would suggest what's this word? To email him. Why didn't I'm trying to put the email in there? Huh. There it is. Okay, yeah, it showed up. Yeah, DouglasDwayneDietrich@gmail.com, and let him know something is on the way, so he can be sure to look out for it. Especially if it's a whole lot of money, he'll probably camp out there by the little door slot. Right?
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Chewing on his Meals on Wheels. Looking. Looking eagerly, glancing out the slot.
Oh, you know me too well.
All right. So if that is an option, physical snail mail is an option, and he'll give you the address and everything if you want to go that way. So and the other thing is like, money, and subscribe. Yeah. So if you see a button that says subscribe, you want to do that right under the window there. If you're not seeing it, it's probably because you are subscribed, but you want to double check that when you get a chance. Don't click out of this window. If you want to right click or find a way to open a new window on your device, where it says Douglas Dietrich in blue, the main channel link. If you go there, it will say definitively your subscription status, and you want that to say subscribed, and you want to hit that little bell icon. It gives you a little menu. You want to click all, so you have a little pop-up that notifies you every time a transmission starts. So it's a handy reminder and confirmation that I would think that you're subscribed. I don't think they're going to be sending you pop-ups if you're not. Yeah, reminder, everything gets you right there.
Cool.
I use it. It pops up on mine, even though I know very well how to get to the site. I use it. So I do hit that, and if you hit all, it puts these little, for me, it puts these little emphasis lines around the bell, because that bell will be ringing twice a week. So
Excellent.
Yeah. So check your make sure you
and remind
what
them
else
they will be unsubscribed, so always keep checking back on it, because the fuckers will do that.
Sinister things do happen, especially around here.
Yeah. And now, all of that being said, you of course, we will remind them, I did fill up the full 100 letters for the title. You're allowed 100 characters for the title, and you're allowed 5,000 characters for the text, which I usually don't reach 5,000 characters, but there's plenty of times that I have. Yeah, you can tell them a little bit about the asterisks and the obelisks. Asterisks and obelisks. Yes.
Well, asterisk mean basically a footnote, or at least itemized section of the description that you should always click, where it says "see more" underneath, and expand that and read whatever he would like to acknowledge there for this time, for this episode, this day in history, holidays, historical anniversaries, and other let's say cultural and political issues, right? Does that cover everything?
Yes.
And individual footnotes may be indicated by a dagger looking symbol. I'm looking up what that is.
Obelisk, and they actually misspelled it last time because AI is not perfect, so it's obelisk. But if you can't pronounce, as opposed to obelisk, which is architectural.
Let me see. They do. Let me see. Well, if we just go to the dumbass wiki page about it, they say they do use obelisk, but they do give the proper one. They say they give alternate. It is an alternate one, but the proper one is obelisk.
Yes, thank you.
US, yeah. It's a typographical mark that usually indicates a footnote, but it looks like a little dagger. And you have your double ones. Double looks like basically a dagger. It doesn't have a blade except for two. It has two handles, kind of. Anyway, it's a fancy literary way to indicate a footnote. So and Douglas is a fancy guy, so he uses the right things. And this okay. So you have your let's see, 1, 2, 1 asterisk, and then the other 2 asterisks. So the second one would be this poem here.
Yes.
And this is for Miss Hobbs.
Yes, Miss Hobbs. That's right. Yeah, and who we should all adore. Yes.
Have you does she know this? Does she know this?
I told her I would dedicate tonight's episode to her, so hopefully she checks in.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully she checks in.
Hopefully you did talk to her. You talked to her recently?
By text. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She's got this neat little job now that she hates, where she's like doing small engine repair for something. It's really weird. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So that's cool. I mean, she's the kind of person who needs that kind of knowledge,
being out in the boonies,
Yeah, she's out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and So, that being said, by the way, we are joined by Brenden ̔žoghет. I do want to acknowledge his presence and let him know how much we appreciate his being here. Please be patient while Aristides rounds up his thoughts. That
was about it. They're pretty well rounded out.
Okay, well, thank you. That was beautiful, and we couldn't do this without Aristides. He is the Rock of Gibraltar of this program. And so let's bring on a conversation here. Let's roundtable it with Brendan. Brendan, are you able to come off mute at the moment? Let's see. Because oftentimes, he'll call us while he's at work. He's typing now. Let's see what Brendan says. He says no. Okay, well, as soon as you can. So since Brendan can't come on at the moment, let me emphasize, please interject whenever you can. Whenever you can, just jump on in, interject. No need for, easing in. Just jump on in and bulldoze your way through. Battering ram it. He says, also, yeah. What? Oh my God. So we'll figure out what he means later, I'm sure. At some point, we'll get some kind of communication that indicates exactly what he means. But in the interim, let's see what he's typing here. That's the hardest part, is waiting for these little dots to bounce while the text is being written. Sipping kava. Cool. Cool. Oh my God. That's delightful. Well, don't know. Oh, he may not be at work. Hard to say, but we'll find out. Either way, he's welcome to jump on at leisure. So Aristides, do us a favor. You've kind of rounded out the thoughts otherwise, but what about what's going on internationally and domestically you feel we should be paying attention to? Because once I get started, it's all over for the night, basically. I mean, people do jump in, but
let me see what I've tucked away here. It seems in these trying times, the news always kind of circles around certain topics, but well, let me go in reverse order. I have dozens of anti-draft Haredi Jews break into IDF military's police chief's home with family inside, says the Times of Israel. Hell no, we won't go. Or I don't know what was that saying for.
That was it. Hell no, we won't go. Yeah. Hell no.
To war? Does that mean to war?
To war. That meant, that's what they used to say about the draft.
Okay, so I did have it right.
Yeah.
Okay. They said, so that's what they're saying, most likely in their language, but
you won't assume, yes.
Yeah. Or probably something even a little more rude than that. I'm finding the link here just to have it.
Okay.
Because if it's from the Times of Israel, one of your most reputable news sources. So let's see what else I have. And I'm trying to verify these things, on the fly, because like I said, sometimes I just see like a secondhand post. So the United Arab Emirates will quit the oil cartel OPEC next month.
Yes.
Yeah, you heard of this?
Yes, I'll get into that in depth.
Okay.
Tonight.
Okay. So all right, you're aware of that, which seems like a pretty big deal.
It is.
It's like the kind of a lot of things that have been kind of fixed points for many years are just kind of coming apart at the seams.
World's falling apart. The world we knew. It's not necessarily not everything falling apart is necessarily bad, but it's definitely a different world than the world we lived in, the world we grew up in. Go on.
Yeah. It's, good and bad are such human subjective judgments.
Actually, you're an engineer. A lot of it is not subjective. A lot of it is when you've got Israelis exterminating Palestinians and getting away with it, trying to make it look like a good thing. That's just bad. It's just bad.
Well, let's just say, true, but let's just say it's a mixed bag. If everything's coming apart at the seams, that there were some bad things that needed to come apart.
Yes.
Let's just say there are some good things that are going to take a hit too. But let's see what else.
About the UAE, I do want to let people know ahead of time. I'm ambivalent about it. I will tell people what is going on. The reason I'm ambivalent is, well, you'll find out soon enough when I get into it. But yeah, so go on. Yeah, what else?
So for now, the esteemed Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu will not be given a pardon in his corruption case in Israel for now. It doesn't. The news thing doesn't say for now. I'm just saying, because we know, that's always a possibility.
Oh, we maintain hope. We maintain hope.
Especially if it's not looking good for him, then
Yes.
Like, if he's gonna lose the case, give him a pardon. If he's gonna win the case, then don't give him. Right. And that was the very same pardon that Trump stood there and I think pointed at the president of Israel, who most people probably think Netanyahu is, but he's the prime minister, because we don't think in terms of a prime minister, at least here in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a president that nobody ever talks about, because BB, he's a show stealer.
He's a what? What? A show stealer. Show stealer. There we are. Yeah, perfect. That's good description.
Yeah. He is. There is an actual president, Isaac Herzog, and that's the one I believe Trump stood there, pointed at him. He said, "Hey," and then he pointed at Netanyahu and said, "Hey, give him a pardon." Like he was the emperor.
Yeah, well, that's his trip, right? Yeah.
He wants
to be the new king. Yes.
Yeah. King of the world. King of the.
Yes, king of the world. Oh,
he did do that. He did do that. He did. I think he did directly to the president say, "Yeah, why don't you give him a pardon?"
Yes. Yeah, that's
in some reassuring grandpa voice. Yeah, come on, give him a pardon. All right. What else? There's that. Let's see.
Okay, so everybody, while Aristides is doing this, I want people to know I'm cross-referencing a number of quotes so that I can make certain I don't misquote anyone that I do quote. So a lot of these things have to be done just as soon as I get here. But continue, please, by all means, with your own, shall we say, take on what stands out.
Okay. Well, let's. We don't only want to talk about news from that region, but let's see. I think we have passed 10 active duty soldiers in the IDF have died by suicide in the past. Let's see. Since the beginning of the year. I don't know. I have kind of conflicting things. One of them says in the past month, but
it's hard to believe they have a conscience.
Yeah.
That's hard to believe.
I doubt it was for conscience reasons. Like, I'm a horrible person. It's like, no, I can't bear this. It's probably for selfish reasons.
That's what I would assume. Yes. But is it possible they're simply killed because they're going to talk and or incriminate the higher officers in war crimes, and then they just say he killed himself? I think that would be far more likely.
We will never know. The dead tell no tales. So. So that is, quite an unfortunate tragedy.
Yeah, hard for me to find any tears to shed. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I had to call it and finish it if there aren't more. Objectors, more objectors to the war. That's what I mean. Okay. Let's say. Wait. Then I have the funny pick here of what was the guy, the assassin guy?
Cole Tomas Allen or something.
Yeah, like do it. Somebody basically doing like, not quite doing the Naruto run,
Let me take a look at that. Oh, I gotta see.
It's just a still. It's just an art image. I think now they're finally coming up with some kind of video, but it's like real shitty.
That's delightful. I love this. This is like Boondocks. It's like Boondocks.
Yeah. It does. It's like kind of that style. Yeah.
Heather, join the call because Brendan has left the call. Brendan's left the call. He's lacing his kava with Blue Lotus, and so he's conking out. Yeah. So
Blue Lotus.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. What else?
that
Let's see. Let me see if I had any.
that was something else Brooke Gibson was all pissed off about when our man Brendan wouldn't send her Blue Lotus through the mail. Yeah, then she called him
Yeah, yeah.
an elitist fuck, a selfish elitist prick. Yeah,
Oh, ouch, ouch. Let me see. Little video here. Hezbollah published a video of one of their little FPV. That means what? First person view drones. Eliminating an entire group of Israelis while attempting to evacuate. They're trying to get in a helicopter. This is alleged, of course, but then it shows a explosion there next to the helicopter as they were trying to get on, and the helicopter didn't really take it, but then the helicopter took the hell off without the guys. Yeah. Although that's, of course, this is just their, we don't know how accurate it is, but
it just is what it is. It's good news if it's real. It's good news if it's real. It's
yeah.
I mean, that's like happy news. Happy news.
Yeah, I'll try to port that over.
Yeah. So
let's see. And they're saying they have one of these Google where you can look at search history of what people search on Google. It's another one. These always pop up, like they say, oh, people were searching for Cole Allen before the incident. Of course, that's always like, the case, like, but I don't know, Google search terms. Let's not say where that searches came from. I think we know. Let's say President Trump, under prodding from Fox News, exploits White House Correspondents' dinner shooting to push for Congress to approve the FISA domestic spying program?
I guess so. FISA. Yeah.
FISA.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
Yeah, FISA is how they would. Yeah. He's like, yeah, we really need to, because that's been around, but we really need to, keep that, updated. To what's the premise? To spy on foreign actors in the U.S., something like that.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Because there's supposed to be some rules against spying on American citizens. So,
yes.
Supposed to be. Yeah. And let's see what else. So there's that. So they're saying that also, so if you're into gaming, that a popular gaming platform, it's called Steam, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. And so apparently this guy, Cole Allen, had some independent game published on Steam.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Tell us what you found.
And so people were getting on Steam and leaving him like donations.
Oh, cool.
Because just not for the game, and then they were commenting like, appreciating, leaving comments. I appreciate. Because the game I think was like years. It was like years old. It was all of a sudden they flood in. Somebody finds it. They post it and they're flooding in there. And what are some of the comments? Like, I appreciate the attempt, but the dev, I guess that the development. I guess, meaning the game, but definitely failed the execution. Yeah. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Let's see. At least you tried. Dev must mean developer. That must mean shorthand for referring to the developer.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. So some various other funny comments. Yeah, they're funny. So leaving them little donations there. Let's see how long ago. Now we're going back towards the last. I don't know if whatever's going on. Lebanon now is like if they're still like ceasefire, but we're still by that didn't count. Because it wasn't. I don't even know what's going on with Iran anymore. Like I really, it's like seems like. What's even going on? Like, as our boots on the ground, it's like it all died down. It was all so exciting, missiles were, bombs and missiles are hitting, Israel and now it's like, what's even going on?
Oh,
it's like, it's,
let's put it this way. It's all, there's so much going on. It's almost impossible to keep track of it.
Yeah.
I do want people to know that. Yeah, I'm in the okay. So our dear Heather says, "Jesus Christ, Heather, she wrote an essay. Oh my God." So says this is happening now, and okay. So okay, she's telling us about a ongoing prayer that people can request. So Holly has joined us. Jesus Christ, Holly, how many times have I told you? Don't just lurk. You know, let us know you're here when you
I
come.
just got here.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't lurk.
Okay. Well, welcome
It's
aboard.
always trouble when a friend tends to think the worst of you.
That's
Try
not
not
well.
to do that.
Well, I'm not. I'm not.
Try not to think the worst of me.
It is
I've
okay. Okay.
experienced that. It's
Okay.
rough.
Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to get in something quick and
Of course.
about Israel, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, honey.
But as far as I can tell, the only time they bombed Iran was that first awful night. They've been in Lebanon ever since, and we've been tearing up Iran.
Well, my impression has been that Israel was definitely involved for a while in Iran and then diverted their resources. Well, they were involved for a while in Iran and then diverted their resources to Lebanon. So they're altogether like they're fighting a two-front war because they
Yeah.
have an endless amount of ammunition. It's just I don't think that they were
Okay.
what's surprising is that they're not very involved with the peace talks. They are, but they aren't.
Really?
And
That's for sure.
yeah, they are, but they're more peripheral. So that's because they don't want peace. They want the war to
No,
continue, and
as
so
long as possible.
yes, as long as possible, because for Netanyahu personally, this is what keeps him. So long as Israel's under an emergency wartime governance, then it's what keeps him from being put on trial. So
Yep.
yeah, altogether, of course, Israel is also trying to take advantage of this to annex land in Lebanon. So they have all kinds of reasons, which to them they have their own agenda, and America is just
I
their,
think he's
Go ahead.
just keeping us in there so he can conquer as much of Lebanon, a big swath of it, as he wants. And
Yes.
then when we go, he
Yeah.
backs out, keeping it, because he's not going to stay without us,
Oh,
having his back
well, if we go by
and our
that
money
time,
and all that.
well, if we go, I think that he will stay there.
Yes,
It may
but
be,
the military part, they're going Gaza on it now.
yes.
So there's nothing to rebuild, and he'll just redraw the lines
Mhm.
and go home and govern from there with whoever he wants to leave there, to
Got it.
hold
I
it.
see what you're saying. So he'll leave the
Yeah.
occupation force. Yes, got it.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah. He's got the settlers on one side,
Mhm.
and this is the next Gaza for him.
Yeah.
And he's not going to cede any territory that he can get hold of.
No, that's right. That's right. Okay. So, yeah. So, like I said, my impression is Israel has been fighting less and less in Iran and leaving it more and more to the
Yeah.
Americans.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is it was almost like their participation was heavy at first, but once America got involved, they could afford to start a two-front war because they withdrew more and more assets out of Iran and into Lebanon. Yeah, but so it
They're
was more
just
gradual.
getting while the
Yeah.
getting's good in as big a circle as possible, I figure.
That's right. That's right. Now I'm very
It's looting time.
yeah, I'm very surprised and proud to, or pleasantly surprised and proud to report that there does seem to be riots in Iran. People are protesting in Iran, so that's good. That's good. But I can't even begin to imagine what hell they're going through. It's just they probably have
My
nothing.
God.
They probably have nothing. I mean, like these people are they're only protesting because they have no water, no food, and their lives.
And protesting us now.
Yeah.
After we ran in there to save them from their government,
I think they're protesting their government. I think.
I wonder.
But it's hard to tell, right? How can you tell? But
because they killed all the moderates as it was.
Yes, they.
So now the really scary guys are coming.
Yeah. Well, hard to tell. Hard to tell. The scary guys are in charge now. So since the scary guys are in charge now, I mean, it's as extreme as it's going to get. So,
I,
yeah, we can only just wait for the future to see what pans out. By the way, don't forget to say hi
yeah.
to Aristides
Hi,
and
Aristides.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
And Heather, if you're out there, whoever,
yeah,
everybody.
yeah, and Bren,
And I did have to notice, yeah,
yeah.
I had to notice about 10 minutes after that whole press conference fiasco,
Mhm.
Iran rolled out the latest leg
Legos.
action meme.
Yes, so
Yeah,
tell us about that.
their Lego action meme, and so it tells the whole story, in 3 minutes or something. And it occurred to me that it's like Iran is the new South Park. Think about that. That's some crazy.
Well, it's cute. Wait, well, share with us what else is going on. First off, people care about you as a person. Let us know how you're doing, and then share with us what else is going on domestically or internationally that you feel we should be paying attention to.
Oh, well, me myself, I'm okay,
Mhm.
but today's headlines were like really something. It was a whole
Which ones in
bunch, like
particular?
the voting.
Yeah,
I'll just run this
yeah,
quickly.
yeah.
The voting rights thing.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the thing.
Mhm.
They're not sure who shot the Secret Service guy.
Yes. No, no, I can tell you it's definitely friendly fire. Yeah, it's friendly fire.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
he was just
at
shot by
least
another Secret
it's
Serviceman. Yeah.
leaking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's leaking through the cracks.
Yeah.
And yeah, after Trump gets a bruising in Iran, if we finally do, if and when we finally do get out of there, I heard someone say, yeah, and then Cuba, because he'll need a win.
Yeah, it's anything is possible. You don't know with this son of a bitch. He's
I mean,
completely
Cuba's
insane.
easy to kick around, though.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Cuba'd be the
yeah, that would
the
be the whipping
nerdy
boy.
kid.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
Cuba's
yeah. Cuba's gonna get it.
the helpless pup that will yeah, be the next target most likely. And it's all
Yeah,
easy
they'll
as
be
hell,
easy to annihilate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody be prepared for that. But
Well, in this ridiculous business of,
yeah.
I mean, this Comey is a creep, I'm sure,
Yeah.
but like prosecuting him for that shell meme, like the seashell meme,
Tell us about the seashell meme.
they are
Tell us about the seashell.
dragging him into court. He was on vacation, I don't know, and pissed off about Trump because they used to be tight, right?
Yeah, they
And then
were.
it all went bad.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so with seashells, a picture spelled out the number 86, which is like 86 is one for you're getting kicked out of a bar.
Yes, that's right.
It's not an assassination threat.
Yeah.
They are accusing him of fomenting assassination.
That's incredible. Well, it
And
couldn't
he's
happen.
one of theirs.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
one of theirs.
That's what I was gonna say. He couldn't happen to a nicer guy. He deserves it. He deserves
Oh,
all the pain and trouble that he gets. He's just a piece of shit who made. He's
mm.
one of the people who made Trump president. He is a
Yeah,
comorbidity factor in the death of our
that's
republic.
right. That's
So,
right.
I mean, he's disgusting. There's no words for it. So I'm just glad they're giving him hell because never
I
has.
enjoy watching them
Yeah.
chew on each other.
Yeah, yes, no, but thank you for bringing that up
Jesus.
because that's profoundly important. That's profoundly important. And so,
I feel really. Can I move on?
please, oh yeah,
I feel. Oh yeah, I feel really bad about the Southern Poverty Law Center now getting crucified on the cross. You heard that one?
I just think that was like one of these things that's, all I can say is again, I'm ambivalent when it comes to that.
Okay, I was
Southern
afraid
Poverty
of
Law
that.
Center is,
I was afraid of
all I
that.
can say is that they're they've done good and I have also done bad. It's like they're just kind of like in this all I could say is I think the world would be a much poorer place without them, but
Thank you.
they're not exactly you know, great people. They have their own
Well,
issues.
everything's degraded and tarnished.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to allow for that, but that's all we got, for fuck's sake. So,
But tell me what
anyway,
you know about the
now,
situation. Tell me what you know about the situation as it stands.
very well, there must be some Doge search or something, but they found out that they were, and, you know, like I say, these agencies do go awry, but they were paying a couple of informants that were evil guys. And that's the problem.
Well, of course they would be dealing with
inside people.
Okay. Yeah, they'd be dealing with shady
like
characters.
white supremacists or whatever. Yeah, and so they're making a big federal hanging case out of it. And it's like I say, it sounds ginned up to me.
And it very
really
well
bad.
Could be.
Like they if anyone's effective, they're going to be the ones targeted. So it's almost like a banner of effectiveness to draw their attention.
Yeah, very much so.
I'm sad about it. All right, another thing. How about UAE getting out of OPEC?
Oh, I'll go into that in depth. Yes.
Okay, good. One more thing after that.
And
I
again,
thought you might.
Again, just so you know up front, again, it's something I'm ambivalent about. It's one of these things that it is, but it's indicative of the changing world order. The world we grew up in is no longer here. It's a very, very different world. And
and they're crumbling. NATO, OPEC. Let alone all that NAFTA and shit. Okay, final thing. Now, RFK, and I put this headline in the chat, and I'll tell you the reason I did. RFA, whatever the hell I mean. RFK is talking about prison, well, not prison, rehab, camp treatment facilities for youth.
Yes, tell us about this. Reparenting.
Okay.
Reparenting.
Oh, that was it. That was it. That was, that was the thing of it. My God, what a slap in the face. So, but when you read all the way down that article, turns out RFK must have seen the documentary on Netflix called Sanpa, The Sins of the Savior. And it's this story, and it is worth seeing, and it is on there. The story of this charismatic guy at the time of like that whole French Connection period, somewhere after the war, but that when the heroin flooded Europe really profoundly, turns out. And I forget whether this was in France or Italy, but he came forward and started a camp for junkies that wanted to get clean.
Right. That's right.
He did the obvious thing, which is the hardest thing, and created a community situation where you had friends, you might get married within the community. They had all kinds of industries, vineyards, and they bought more and more land as it went along, all kinds of crops and textiles and livestock. So everybody had, and building shit and whatever in the community. Everybody had purpose, something to do, and friends. Boom. So it worked. It worked really good. It was tricky from the beginning, though, because the rule of this place was that you don't leave, even if we have to put you in chains to keep you.
That's right.
When you're in the throes of withdrawal for, I don't know, a fixed period of time, maybe a year, something like that, or longer or not. You could leave when you were cured, but you couldn't escape. And if they did, he would hunt them down and drag them back and put them back in the cage until they were ready to try again. So that was controversial. But if you could get through being caged, and a lot of people went for it voluntarily, put me in a cage, it's the only way.
Yeah.
That's why prison's so effective that way, right? Except for all the black
Well,
market in there.
yeah, I was
But
about
he
to
didn't
say.
have any black market. I
Right.
think that's gotten harder, but I'm not sure than it used to be in the 70s. Good God. But anyway, let me finish this up.
Of course. No, take your time. Take your time. It's important.
This community thrived.
Yeah.
And it exploded in population, both with parents dragging their kids there, because the problem was so deeply profound. It was everybody, and there's no jobs anyway. And I mean, it was like a few hippies came through in a van smoking pot, and that was fine. But once the powder drugs started coming, it was it. It was all over. And so it started to swell into the thousands. And then he got crazy, kind of Sampa, and some of the people ended up there,
Tell us
especially
about,
in
this is his name was Kami Sampa, Karma Sampa. How do you say his name?
I don't know. I think Sampa was his affectionate name.
Okay, so it's kind of like
like
guru.
Babaji.
Yeah, like a guru type. Yeah.
But fully white.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was their nickname, like
Got
a
it.
papa.
Yeah.
And so I forget his whole name and I forget the name of this place, but it's in the article.
Right.
And so it all went really bad, and somebody got killed, and it seemed like
kind of cult leader.
it got kind of culty, and the guys in the meat processing division of the livestock game got to be pretty damn thuggish.
Yeah. Wow.
And he lost control of them, and it got bad. But nonetheless, and I think he ultimately went to jail. I'm not sure. It goes all into it in the documentary, and it's very worthwhile. But apparently it still goes on, because now now he's not mentioned in terms of this place. It starts with a P. It's a long Italian word. And no mention to him. The only reason I knew is because I'd seen the film, and it's got to be the same place.
Oh, wow.
And it's apparently still going strong.
Really?
I'm sure they've toned it down, and maybe they can't, maybe, I don't know if they can lock you up, but although who knows what agreements they have with the law in case, they are working with the police or whatever, but they didn't used to be. No cops involved. So it's curious that that's coming around again, and I thought I'd point it out.
That's a very beautiful tale. It's incredibly
Run
fascinating.
by a woman now. Yeah, a woman was first up in the article.
Works. That's why it works. A woman's, generally speaking, though they can, but generally speaking, they're going to be much better than men at avoiding the cultic, bullshit.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you.
And,
although I've had to deal with some very troubling ones.
Now I want you to expound upon this and tell us what you feel that RFK watched this documentary and got this idea to build camps like that here in the United States. What you're saying,
yeah,
correct?
He's all gung ho.
Yeah, so tell us
for the reparenting, which will be ridiculous and crazy and no good. Oh, they also made a another Supreme Court thing.
You're glitching
Those
all
clinics,
up. You're glitching. Is there some place your cell's glitching horribly? You have to restate everything you just said. The last
okay, the whole time or just the last sentence?
No, just the last sentence.
Okay,
just the last few sentences.
Okay.
Yeah. Please, it was when I asked you about whether or not you felt that RFK had reviewed this, and you said the reparenting is the crazy part. But what I wanted to ask was, does that mean that these camps are specifically for kids? Or is he saying people in their 30s, 40s, 50s, no matter what their age, if they're an addict, need to be reparented? That would be curious to me. So
it sounded more youthy, kind of youthy oriented.
Well, is he saying that the majority of our addicts in the United States are youth? That's not my impression.
I don't know, but I mean, these days it's pretty prevalent. And so I don't know, maybe I figured like teens into 20s. Yeah. But I don't know the facts.
But continue what you were saying. But
the thing is,
you watch this and go on. Yeah.
If you take desperate, any age, kids or whatever, living on the street, no job, even if they wanted to work, and all strung out, and give them a comfortable place to live, surrounded by friends and people they trust, and good, fun work with those friends, pals, What the hell? That shit works.
Hmm. Yeah.
There's no other chance for rehab if you
Right.
don't give people a life that they enjoy and want to be and live.
Hmm. Hmm.
You know,
So
you can
so
be desperate and a
so
junkie, but
wouldn't this mean that that would be one of the most positive ideas to ever come out of this son of a bitch?
it is, except it's coming out of that son of a bitch. So how long before it goes crazy? At least Southpaw got a few thousand people through the shoot.
Yeah, yeah.
This sounds more like, you know, what is that? I want to say Potomac Village.
Village.
You know the term where it's fake.
Oh, Potemkin
Potemkin.
Village.
Mm-hmm,
Yes.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's that's I guess it could be that. All I can say is that first off, I don't think it's going to happen simply because I don't think they have any means to get it together to do this.
Well, if they for profit, if they for profit it, they will. Oh boy, and that'll be really something.
So if they
it's not
for-profit,
government,
if they for profit,
if they
this would be the
privatize.
equivalent. Yes, I understand. Do give me some credit for that, honey. Yes. Now, if they privatize this as it are for profit it, which is a equally a valid term, if they for profitize this, which would be the parallel to a privatized prison system,
which we have.
Yeah, which we have. That will be bizarre. It would be absolutely bizarre. I am certain that the reporters and investigative journalists will have a field day with this. This would be like a career maker.
It'll be a money maker. It'll be a money maker. That's what counts.
Yeah, but this would be a career maker for junior reporters. Cub reporters could infiltrate this so easily. Say they're an addict, they're strung out, and have themselves interned, so to speak, detained in the system. Expose it for all it's worth.
That's true.
It'd be like this would be pure entertainment. It would be pure entertainment. I doubt it would have much opportunity to get very abusive. It's simply too bizarre.
Well, you know, they already have those kind of outfits in places like Utah. Notoriously abusive.
You're talking religious communities. These are like religious camps,
and
right?
they're private rehab camps.
Yeah.
You can have those.
And
they pay to get in them, and they drop their kids off there. I mean, Paris Hilton went to one. Because she was so crazy.
Right, poor dear.
And she squawks about it, but they're still going.
Does she complain?
I think the field is wide open for a new side security industry. You know.
So he's dope, but I want to know more about.
Imagine the good jobs too.
Yeah, I want to know more about
the good jobs for the counselors.
She complained about this.
Yeah, but bitterly made a movie about it.
Really? And they're still running.
Yeah. I'm sure that if not that one is 100 others are. Oh, in Florida, notorious. Theirs was in Utah, but they're throughout the West, and some religious, some not.
So we have so what I'll do from this point forward.
Let me say one more thing.
Oh, take your time. There's no rush.
It's fast. Okay, I don't want to forget though, and then I'm really done. I do have to be happy, but I'm really scared because Monsanto's under trial right now for Roundup.
Okay, cool.
And RFK does seem like he's driving it. And if he does that, then that's one good thing. I'll give him that. But whether that'll be done effectively or whether they can just go and then change one molecule in the chemical signature of the thing and get around it, I don't know. But I'm keeping an eye on it for sure. Yeah. Because it would be wonderful to ban that.
Yes, well, of course, that goes without saying. Roundup should not exist. That's So, with that, honey, what I'm going to do now is ask you to just hang on as long as you can stand it and just interject whenever you wish and bully your
Thank you.
way through, okay? Just bulldoze your way
Okay.
in. Yeah. When I use that term lurk with you, I don't mean, didn't mean something evil. I just meant, it was just,
No,
it,
more creepy.
it does have that
Yeah.
aspect to it.
Yeah.
But I don't think the people who come on the call are intending that. It's just a lot of them feel intimidated to interrupt. You get what I'm saying? And what I've
Well, I
always
think it's more a politeness thing than than a
okay.
that your word intimidation.
Okay.
You
And
know, you
that's
want to come to slide in kind of smooth,
I see.
but
Okay.
then you caught it quick tonight.
Yeah.
And
Got it.
sometimes you're in the middle of a subject that I'm wanting to comment on, and I don't want to miss what the fuck you're saying.
And
So
that's
that's the
appreciated
other
too.
reason.
That's appreciated
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
You're nowhere near the extreme that Brooke Gibson was at, where I couldn't complete a train of thought. You just couldn't, because she would just warp it and pervert it. As soon as you said something, she would just warp it and pervert it and reverse
Well,
anything you said. You
she was about Brooke Gibson. It was the Brooke Gibson show.
Yeah. Well, that's one way of looking at it. It's I think it has something to do, if I try to be as detached about it as possible, I think it has something to do with her ADHD. So she does have ADHD, and I think it's extreme, and it effectively renders her unemployable. It's so extreme.
Yeah.
So, but I think
And it was
yeah.
enjoyable listening to her whip you like a dog.
It was
I got many
it,
happy hours out of that.
it was the only reason I tolerated it as long as I did, was because there was an entertainment factor there. It's and she's never,
Kind of.
yeah, she's never been banned. It's
Never.
the one time I told her she crossed the line, it wasn't like she wound up insinuating herself back anyway. But it was insufferable. It really was. I think she's changed now. She actually her personality really has changed, because she's been through so many
Nice.
crises. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's been through so many crises. The problem
Yeah.
now is that it's almost impossible to get a hold of her.
Yeah.
But so in
Maybe
terms,
that's a good sign.
I don't think so, but we'll
Right.
follow up on that to the best of our ability. Yeah. So I do want people to know that we'll start off with some good news. D4VD, or David, except he spells it D4VD. He's finally been they're nailing him for killing this teenage girl after she threatened to release details to end his career. And for those of you who don't know, he had a teenage girl whose dismembered body he had sawed her into little tiny fish pieces. And her body, in that condition, was found in the trunk of his Tesla after she threatened to reveal information that could end his career and destroy his life, as per court documents. Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who we don't want to forget, she was 14 years of age. So the 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez was killed about a year and a half after David Anthony Burke, who is 21 years of age himself at the time, was starting a sexual relationship with her, and shortly after an argument that prompted her to threaten to disclose said information about their relationship, he basically killed her and sawed her into pieces, which were found in the trunk of his Tesla, and yet this guy was running around forever, free as a cockroach. But now we've got a filing from the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, which explains his detention, his state of detention, and the reasons therefore today. I don't understand how this could not have been more obvious. This was, to use a pun, in horrible taste, an open and shut trunk case. It was open the trunk and shut it. This guy is guilty as sin. It's his Tesla. A 14-year-old girl he's fucking was found it. How did this guy wind up walking free as a cockroach for over a year? Is beyond me. It felt like 2 years, actually, or beyond. Anybody remember this case at all? Raise of hands here. That's Aristides.
I've been keeping an eye on it.
Okay.
I've been keeping an eye on it.
All right.
And, from my distance at it,
yeah,
I always got a question anymore, was he the easy one?
Why is that?
And
because he's black?
He was. Well, for starters, yeah. And I mean, the whole thing really is happening where the first guy they can nail it on, they will, regardless of the consequences to the guy, or to the truth.
Yeah.
They're not looking to spend a lot of time on detective work. Now, this may be one of those cases. Where
you're not suggesting that you thought that he could have been innocent and framed, are you?
Well, that's the point of the trial.
The trial, yeah, but it should have started. It should have started within hours of that idiot being caught. That's when the trial should have started. Why did it take so long to get to that point where he was walking around free as a cockroach?
Well, because I guess nobody, smelled the car for 2 years.
No.
For one thing.
No, it was about 2 years ago they found the girl's body in the trunk, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, but she'd been in there for a long time.
Even longer than that.
As I recall.
Okay, so if what you say is true, which I'm not denying, I'm not arguing with, but if what you say is true, that only makes it worse.
I'm devil's advocate. It was just my immediate reaction to the headline was, oh boy.
I mean, there's no way
I guess he'll have done it.
There's no way this guy could be driving around for a while without finding that in his trunk.
No, the car, I guess, was never driven again.
Okay, yeah.
Once she was in there,
okay,
see.
that would make sense. Well, that would make sense.
He wasn't driving that around.
Yeah, well, that would make sense.
So,
yes. Oh, what anyhow, he's guilty as sin, and it's like, literally, the trial should have started immediately. I'm not saying there shouldn't have been a trial.
You'd think.
Yeah, but it didn't start immediately.
No.
After that, this guy was running around loose as a cockroach for, years.
He made bail?
He was never arrested. From my
I thought they
understanding.
just found her and arrested him.
No, they
Okay.
no, they found the girl in the trunk 2 years ago. And the guy's just been running around free as a cockroach ever since. And then they finally arrested him. That's what doesn't make sense.
Because being in his car wasn't enough, and fucking her.
Apparently his fucking an underage girl who saw it up in the trunk of his car wasn't enough to arrest this son of a bitch because they don't want to look racist. I mean, he's this poor innocent black guy, Oh, give him a break, Everybody suspects the poor black dude. He's a rapper, Of course he raps about violent things. He even rapped about killing her. He rapped about gonna kill my bitch and rapped about killing her. They just said he's an artist. Yeah. He has a right to do that. Now you understand why I'm angry about it.
Yeah, I didn't get that they didn't adjudicate this a lot sooner.
Yeah, yes, they didn't adjudicate it at all, and then finally came back and busted him because finally got it into a coroner's office where the coroner, I guess, found traces of the saw blade that was used on her and matched it up with the one in his garage or something. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, that's what it would do. That would do it.
But, fuck, it's amazing there's even enough that hasn't decayed to the point where he could do even that. I'm just speculating on that. It's just, I think, for whatever reason, they finally decided to pursue the case, which she's from a minority community, so I think it took forever for any advocates to come forth. That's the problem. Herself, she's a part of a minority community herself that's targeted by Donald Trump and ICE. So probably
Oh,
many
yeah.
people in her community were afraid to come forward. So
I believe that.
yeah, so it probably took years of pursuit to even get that far. But altogether, again, we're only speculating here.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, it's outrageous that this man, was allowed to run free for as long as he did. It's simply
I mean, I grew up
unacceptable.
in the edge of mafia town, and they
Mhm.
were always trying to dump bodies off on each other
There you go.
to
Yeah,
get the other one in trouble and all that.
yeah,
So there was no good guys,
mhm, yeah.
but
Mhm.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, definitely. Now, Nixon had not a crook, and Trump has not a pedophile. You know of this, of course. What's happened lately with that, honey? Or shall I just?
Say that again. Was that an actual headline? I could see it.
It's my headline. Nixon
Okay,
had
good enough. But I
Nixon.
could see reading it in the paper.
Yeah, Nixon had not a crook, and Trump has
Yeah,
not a
not a
pedophile.
pedophile.
Yeah,
Right.
it's so. Anyhow, the White House posted a photo of Trump and King Charles, captioned "Two Kings." Rene Goods killer. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, you like that? Yeah.
ooch.
Yeah, Rene Goods killer has been given a cushy new job, and the Department of Justice has mass fired all the attorneys who protected your vote. Trump
Yeah.
called himself not a pedophile on national television. He also
Wow.
abused the shooting at the White House Correspondents' dinner to demand Congress let him build his ballroom. Meanwhile, every single black Republican in the House is on the way out the door, and the president just mass fired the Stalinist term, and in this case, the proper term to use would be purged. All 24 scientists on the board that oversees our nation's premier research agency. To reiterate, Trump abused the shooting at the WHCD, the White House Correspondents' dinner, to promote his ballroom. Every single black Republican in the House is leaving, and Trump has purged all 24 scientists on the National Science Board in a bloodbath. That's a proper term for a mass firing. The DHS, our Department of Homeland Security, is denying green cards over social media posts about Israel. You do not have the right to free speech when it comes to what Americans worship as the chosen people. This is beyond belief. It is a worship. ICE has deported a family just days after a court ordered their release, and Trump's attorney general is being sued for hiding the Epstein files. In other words, because all of this is such unbelievable news coming at so fast a pace, it needs to be rephrased 3 times. The government has quietly begun denying green cards over social media posts about Israel, meaning that if you criticize Zion, you are not allowed entry to these United States. There is no free speech here. A mother and her 5 children were freed by a federal court on Thursday and put on a deportation plane by Saturday. And Trump's acting attorney general is being sued for hiding the Epstein files he swears he's already released. There being no evidence of his claim, of course. The White House posted a photo of Trump and the King of England, captioned, "Two Kings!" Now, as brought forth by Holly in all of that context, the ICE agent who shot and killed Rene Good in Minneapolis has been transferred to a new state with a full caseload and 0 consequences. The Secret Service agent who took a bullet at the White House Correspondents' dinner was shot by friendly fire. And the Justice Department has purged the attorneys who protected your vote. Before we get into it, this is the only multi-billionaire free news you're getting tonight. The business model that kept journalism independent is gone. What replaced it is multi-billionaires, assets deals, and quiet understandings about which stories don't run. The networks are getting phone calls they don't talk about. The newspapers have new owners who play golf with the people we're talking about. The FCC is making examples of outlets that don't play ball. None of that is happening here because we don't have anyone to sell out to. We have listeners. If you've been reviewing critical omissions for free, we're glad you're here. But free doesn't keep the lights on, and the lights need to stay on. If you're not yet a paid subscriber, this is the moment. Your subscription isn't a donation. It's the thing that makes the next transmission possible. So please consider upgrading to a paid subscription today via PayPal auto payment to Douglas D. Dietrich. That's PayPal/me.Douglas D. Dietrich. Or is it PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich? It's the dot first, the slash second. PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Just do it. The news cycle is moving faster than most outlets can track. And most of those outlets are owned by people who'd prefer you didn't hear all of it. We don't have that problem because we don't have those people. Somewhere out there, a news organization is deciding how hard to push a story based on whether it costs them an advertiser. We are not doing that calculation because we do not have advertisers. Critical Omissions is a listener-funded, editorially independent, and not for sale. If this live stream is how you stay informed, consider making it sustainable. What we have is a straightforward arrangement where we analyze what happened. You pay for it, and nobody in between gets to have opinions about the result. If that sounds like something worth having, become a paid subscriber by upgrading to PayPal auto payment right now. Please upgrade to a paid subscription tonight via PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Now let's dive in. The founding
And
fathers...
I want to
Yes.
also strongly encourage that, because your analysis is unique and one of a kind and priceless. So please listen to Douglas and send what you can.
Thank you so much, honey. Profoundly appreciate it.
And on that immigration case,
Yes.
the immigration case up in those headlines,
Yes.
that's a wee bit personal for me because I'm from Boulder.
Yes.
And that's the family of the guy. Because, you know, when in the middle of all that Palestine utter bloodshed, there was a group of Jewish old ladies that demonstrated once a week to remember about the border thing that happened. What's that all called? Anyway, I don't even want to say it out. But, you know, you got to remember the 1,000 eyes fallen. And so he ran up and threw a Molotov, and it burned up an old lady.
Jesus.
And that's the family.
Mm-hmm.
They have been in jail ever since, like his mother and his grandmother and shit, little kids, and punished for it. Although I don't know that they were involved in any sense. And now, once they finally got out of jail, because they weren't culpable, they picked him right up and took him away.
There you go. That's
So
thank you for that
business.
background. I appreciate that. We would not even have that context. We would not even have that context. I'm still not quite sure. I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of action, reaction, effect. But what was it these Jewish old ladies were protesting against? Something about the border that they were trying to parallel to the Israeli experience or something?
No, that, we couldn't forget the tragedy that happened while they're bulldozing Palestine very actively. At the same time, this massive retribution that is what's gotten people all worked up and worried and freaked out right here.
So the two Jewish old ladies were not protesting, they were demonstrating on behalf of Israel, saying that we cannot forget
Yes.
October 7th?
Exactly. Thank you. I couldn't get
Okay.
it out right.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or
That's
just, being the reminder that we must not forget kind of thing. And
and
who's forgetting? You know what I mean? They're bulldozing the next country. Nobody forgot.
yeah, well, nobody can forget, yeah,
But
because
nonetheless,
because the Israelis are conducting mass genocide.
rampage and every kid they can kill. So it was one of those deals.
Yeah, so he ran up and Molotov one of them. They made an
Just
example of his family.
ran up
Yeah.
and threw the thing.
Yeah.
And that's where it landed.
Mm. And so when they
And then I guess just stood there. He might have even gotten burned too. I forget.
yeah, and then the and that would explain his throwing it reflexively in a directional sense, non-directional sense, just to get it out of his hands because he's on fire.
That's
At
right.
which point, where it lands, it burns her up. Well, whether it was intentional or not,
But he was going for them.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
He was going for them.
Okay. And but definitely his entire clan, they punished his entire clan. They took the whole family and
Oh yeah. Everyone they could find distantly related.
Good God. Yeah. That's biblical. I mean,
including the kids.
Yes. So they're acting as a medieval feudalist dynasty, the Trumps are,
Yes.
by pursuing them. And so thank you for that. No, we couldn't have understood that without that context. So I appreciate that profoundly. And it adds further horror.
And I mean, the specter of someone burning to death on the Boulder pedestrian shopping mall is just very surreal.
Yeah. Well, get used to it. I mean, get used
first
to it.
time for everything.
That's the America Trump created. That's the it's
surreal.
It's the America that Zionism built is where that happens.
Crazy clowns.
Yeah. Now the
crazy clown show.
All the way. It's like Insane Clown Posse, except it's an act that we're all forced to participate in. At any rate, the founding fathers are rolling in their graves. King Charles III arrived in Washington this week for the first visit by a reigning British monarch in nearly 20 years. The White House marked the occasion by posting an official photo of Trump and Charles side by side, captioned, "Two Kings!" Now, Trump has been warming up to the comparison for a while. After winning a legal battle over New York City's congestion pricing program, he posted, all in the uppercase, so bear with the shout, "Long live the king!" On Truth Social. When challenged on it, he insists he's not a king because a king wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and say, "Fellas, you gotta pull this off." I'm not quite sure what the logic is there as a response. It seems to be a complete non sequitur to me, but that's what was his response. Charles, for his part, showed up to Congress and spent his address making the case for everything Trump opposes. Charles cited the Magna Carta, the foundational legal document limiting executive power, noting it appears in at least 160 Supreme Court cases, a line that drew an immediate standing ovation from Democrats. He praised NATO, which Trump has threatened to leave. He invoked Lincoln. He talked about the rule of law. It was a very polite, very pointed speech from a man who has spent his entire life learning how to say things without technically saying them. After a Daily Mail report surfaced suggesting Trump and Charles may share a common ancestor, Trump posted it to Truth Social with the note, "I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace." This is the most honest thing he's ever fucking said. And it has been revealed that the Secret Service agent who took a bullet was hit by friendly fire. The Secret Service agent wounded at Saturday's White House correspondence.
Douglas.
Yes, honey.
Douglas, I gotta read for you off the King Charles thing.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. So he was supposed to continue on to meet MÄMÄDy
Yeah.
in New York
God, yes.
at a 9/11 function of some kind.
Yes.
And I think it was another great opportunity to poke into the fact that how NATO stood with America after 9/11, and boy, did they ever.
Yeah, yes. Yes, and
So another dig at the fact that he's acting like such a brat, and Europe was there when the Republicans wanted him for that fiasco.
yeah.
So that's all. But I wondered if you had. I haven't heard anything since about the meeting. I think it was today
Well, in terms of what you bring up
with
as
MÄMÄDy.
yeah, it's definitely appreciated that you bring that up, and let's put it this way: there is a we'll call it monarchy versus MÄMÄDy. King Charles headed to New York City to
Yeah,
commemorate
it's
9/11
ironic.
victims. Yeah, alongside Mayor Zoran MÄMÄDy. And by the way, this was all while James Comey was being indicted for a second time, and ABC.
For seashells.
Yes, for seashells. And ABC had been ordered to renew its TV licenses early. The Department of Homeland Security was busy executing at least 22 fraud-related search warrants in the Twin Cities area. All of this was going on to put some context in today's news. So it's very important that Holly brought this up, because it is something that it bears addressing. I think that it's one of those things that I have to gather my breath about, because obviously these things need context. And when you go after the context, it requires that you kind of just take a deep breath and well, to dive right into it. Mayor Zoran MÄMÄDy of New York. He's faced what others might consider awkward moments in office, as when trois Islamists, inspired by ISIS, tried to immolate anti-Muslim protesters outside Gracie Mansion. He passed it off with aplomb by saying the trois bomb-carrying individuals were suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism. In a later statement, he acknowledged that the trois men had proclaimed their allegiance to ISIS. Now, that accounts, well, it counts. It counts for boldness on MÄMÄDy's part. He's considered more comfortable denouncing Israel, defending the globalize the Intifada slogan, and lamenting anti-Muslim bigotry, of course, than he is in acknowledging New York's history of terror attacks by Islamists. It's therefore possible that when he met with Charles III and Queen Camilla to lay a wreath at the ceremony for victims of the 9/11 atrocity, which, like it or not, is inextricably intertwined with both Muslim and Zionist terrorism, the mayor might have spared a few compassionate thoughts for the 19 men who gave their lives so that others might die. That's a very sarcastic comment on my part. In case you don't get it, I'm talking about the men who rammed the planes into the towers. But if he did so, he would be savvy enough to admire them in camera. Now, New Yorkers are still a little bit sore on that subject, and Mohammed Atta and his buddies, the 19 men I'm referring to obliquely, are not, most New Yorkers would agree, on the right side of history. But perhaps Zoran captures their mood. When asked by a reporter about, oh Jesus, what did the reporter say to him? It was something that was oblique enough where I have to kind of search my memory. He asked about his impending meeting with King Charles. And Ẓoghēt emphasized that he would be attending the public wreath laying alongside a number of other elected officials to pay tribute to the more than 3,000 people who were killed in the horrific terror attacks of September 11th, and that will be the extent of my meeting with the king. So he was meeting the king, or was he just standing somewhere in the king's proximity? Does seeing the king across the way count as they're somehow being in company? Even
Probably a handshake line. Bye. Or maybe you don't shake the king's hand. He might not be touched. That's probably wrong.
Yeah, that would be one way to dampen any awkwardness. Now, the underlying awkwardness here has a lot to do with Ẓoghēt's father, MÄह्MŨDy, who has served as the Herbert Lehman Professor of Government and as a professor of anthropology, political science, and African Studies at Columbia University. Now, MÄह्MŨD is a prolific scholar who has published more than a dozen books and numerous essays. I will risk an overly terse summary of his work, nearly all of which circles a single theme. Everything bad that has happened in modern Africa is the result of outsiders intervening. And high up on the list of these nefarious outsiders is Great Britain. Now, the gravamen of this indictment was the installation of Idi Amin, who seized power in Uganda in 1971 and the following year expelled most of the South Asian Indians in country. The British had originally recruited 32,000 Indians in the Punjab in 1895 through 1896 to help build the Uganda Railway. Some stayed and prospered, and other Indian immigrants followed. Now, MÄह्MŨDy himself was born in Bombay in 1946, but raised by his Muslim family, mostly in Uganda. Idi Amin's expulsion of the Indians from Uganda when he was 26 was a blow that has shaped his entire life ever since. And he recounts his experience in his 2025 memoir titled Slow Poison, subtitled Idi Amin, Yoweri Museveni, and the Making of the Ugandan State. Now, the book is, from my perspective, not worth reading, but you might consult it for several reasons, not least of which is the light it sheds on the upbringing of MÄह्MÜD's son Ẓoghēt, which seems to have let's just put it this way. Ẓoghēt has fully absorbed his father's disdain for Great Britain and Israel as a synonymous entity. And that is something that becomes, shall we say, I'm trying to figure out a way to talk about this without getting a strike against the channel. They have an extremist perspective that is just this side of fucking ISIS, okay? So Ẓoghēt MÄह्MŨDy and his father get away with it because they push themselves as a kind of liberal counterpoint to the extremism that has become all too repulsive for anyone with any sense of humanity or logic. But when it comes to Israel and Great Britain, I, for one, do not consider them as a synonymous entity. In the ideology of Ẓoghēt MÄह्MÚDy and MÄह्MÜDy, they are. And that would be the only reason to be looking through his book, would be as if you were analyzing it with the detachment of analyzing an ISIS propaganda piece. So this is what makes it so bizarre. For those of you who don't know, I was a mercenary in the Horn of Africa. I was in Uganda. The Ugandans had put up a statue of my biological father, Adolf Hitler. There is nothing Judaic or Judeo-centric or pro-Zionist about Idi Amin Dada. He followed Hitler's pattern of rule. He was such a threat to the West that they orchestrated with all of their energy every conspiracy they could to overthrow him, and ultimately succeeded. Idi Amin Dada was the bogeyman of the West. He was hated for a reason. He was Judeophobic. He was staunchly anti-Zionist. Yet, in the insane perspective, literally maniacal perspective of Mahmoud Mamdani and his son Zoran, who he has thoroughly indoctrinated, Israel and Great Britain are the synonymous entity that Mahmoud chiefly blames for Amin seizing power. The British were unhappy with MÄÄMÄDY, who had overthrown his predecessor in the year that I was born, 1966, and established a one-party dictatorship, but whose term had been a chaotic lunge into socialism and tribal conflict. Idi Amin Dada, who had served in the British colonial army as an assistant cook in 1946 and seen some action in the British attempt to put down the Mau Mau rebellion in Kenya in the 1950s. He trained in Israel as a paratrooper. This is the extent of incredible experience this man had. Understand, the Mau Mau were not a cool group of folks. The Mau Mau were people who, they literally, there was a film taken of a village they had conquered. And it was actually the equivalent in Africa to a city in America, population-wise. Journalists who were there filmed the Mau Mau takeover, focusing on what looked like a mountain, like a small hill that when they focused in on it, you realized was a mountain of human hands that they had cut off of everyone in the city. This is what the Mau Mau were all about. Idi Amin helped put them down, and he trained in Israel as a paratrooper, and that experience gave him an understanding of Zionism none of you can question. This man was anti-Zionist because he had seen what the Israelis do firsthand. When he was training in Israel as a paratrooper, they made him train in his target practice on Palestinian children. That's why he had a statue of Adolf Hitler built in Uganda. That was torn down later by a bunch of white Baptist ministers who convinced the Ugandans that Adolf Hitler was gay. Mania. Insanity. If you want to blame anyone for a recolonization worse than the Europeans ever persecuted, think of the Baptist ministers from America who have colonized Ugandan minds. But because of his experience as an Israeli paratrooper, Idi Amin Dada, Milton Obote named him the chief of the army and the air force. The British and the Americans mistook Amin as a potential stabilizing force in country that was having a hard time finding its footing in the post-colonial era. Now, they could not have been more mistaken. It's not that Amin emerged as some sort of bloody, or bizarre and bloodthirsty tyrant who surely deserves his place in post-colonial African history as what the West would consider the highly competitive ranking of monstrous despots, but rather the threat that he posed to white industrial colonization throughout Africa. The whites colonized Africa through Asian Indians. The Asian Indians became known as the Jews of Africa. They controlled everything, all of the finances, all of the laws. Idi Amin Dada took them down. Mahmoud, however, the senior, Mahmoud Mamdani, the senior Mamdani, he doesn't wish Amin to be written down as an African phenomenon. In a recent interview on Al Jazeera, Mahmoud explains that Amin was a state terrorist in the service of the British. When he came to power in Uganda, Amin's worst killings were done in the first year after his coup, when his advisors, they were British and Israelis, and the British and the Israelis had slight disagreement on how they should go about consolidating the coup. And the Israelis were far more compelling in their argument that really you have to kill not just Obate, but his entire cohort, all those who comprise his commanders, his military elite, because if you don't, the reckoning will be around the corner. The worst killings that Amin did, he did under the British and the Israelis. Now, it is no wonder that Mahmoud has spent his life seeking to fix the blame. How could things have gone so wrong for him? Because he was on the side of the exploiters. And Idi Amin Dada kicked his ass out. Now, maybe it was the British-Israeli Machiavellian thuggery that Mahmoud now conjures for Al Jazeera listeners, but in his books, Mahmoud tends to ignore a more devious route to Africa's woes. In a nutshell, indirect rule. This was the British colonial policy of recognizing local indigenous leaders and entrusting them with the responsibility of keeping order, directing public works, and raising modest taxes. But as Mahmoud sees it, indirect rule promoted ethnic division and rivalry and undermined the natural evolution of social unity. Mahmoud's fullest exposition of this thesis is in his 2012 book titled Define and Rule, subtitled Native as Political Identity. But the idea is a through line for his Wdy42926, as for instance in his 1996 book titled Citizen and Subject, subtitled Contemporary Africa and the Legacy of Late Colonialism. Now, I will hand it to Mahmoud that late colonialism is an ingenious turn of phrase. It pays homage to a Marxist, the Marxist invective of late capitalism that has become the ever-present and chronically forever repeated buzzword in every YouTube video that you fucking review and comes out of everyone's mouth as if by saying that they somehow intellectualize themselves. And Mahmoud mashes this up with rhetoric of post-colonial theory. Plainly, this man earned his seat of honor at Columbia University, where finding new ways to excoriate the oppressors is academic gold. But bear in mind, this man is accusing others of what he was guilty of. He was at the top of the food chain. He was the indirect colonialism. It was how they had so much money to run away with to New York to raise his son in the higher educational bracket, where he could ultimately become the mayor of the financial capital of planet Earth. But through Mahmud's eyes, whenever bad things have happened in Africa, Great Britain is always somehow to blame. When the civil war among native peoples in the Darfur region of the Sudan expanded into widespread slaughter by the country's Arab government, Mahmud hastened to explain that the deep cause was British colonialism, which had artificially tribalized the population. That's so insane a concept that I cannot even begin to deconstruct it. That would take an hour to do it justice. Yet this is one of Mahmud's theses in his 2010 book titled Saviors and Survivors, subtitled Therefore, Politics and the War on Terror. It is probably worth noting that Great Britain granted independence to the Sudan in January of 1956, and the hostilities in the Darfur broke out 47 fucking years later in February of 2003. Before they left, the British planted those seeds of tribal warfare deep, and nearly half a century later they bore fruit. What exactly did Perfidious Albion? Why would they do this to Black Africa? Now, I've recently been forced to review Mahmud's works for the sake of deciding whether or not they should even be presented as the enemy perspective to the lads that I tutor on the estates. Yet I've not yet deciphered what British motivation that Mahmud would even begin to attribute to Pax Britannia in order to instigate a genocide half a century later. Now, inducing tribal conflict was, for a time, a form of divide and conquer that allowed the British to maintain racial despotism. No denying that. But apparently, when they concluded that empire wasn't worth the effort, they left the genie of racial despotism in a Solly bottle, as Aquino would call it, a Solomon's genie bottle, behind them, to re-emerge later when someone dug it up and made a wish. Otherwise, Africa would be a thriving and happy place, where the intermingling of Asian Indians from the subcontinent of South Asia would have simply enhanced the joyous diversity, excepting for the fact that they stole everything from everybody and pretty much ate them alive economically, and produced people like Mahmud, who then become the mayors of New York. It's, let's put it this way. Whatever the Israelis are doing now, well, these Asian Indian diasporic tribes all over the world, they've been doing it for hundreds of years. Mahmud was discouraged, however, by the 1994 Rwandan genocide. His 2001 book titled When Victims Become Killers, subtitled Colonialism, Nativism, and the Genocide in Rwanda, required some trimming of his concept of the inherent benevolence of African peoples. But he succeeded in tracing this disaster too to the legacy of colonialism. Now, I would not want to portray Mahmud's antipathy as entirely a matter of his views of Euro-colonialism. He plainly has an abundance of enmity for Israel and the United States as well, whose colonialism is hardly metaphoric, and he devoted an entire book, 2004's Good Muslim, Bad Muslim, subtitled America, the Cold War, and the Roots of Terror, to denounce the American War on Terrorism, with nary a word on the British. So what, if anything, does all of this have to do with Zoran, the younger Mahmud's, the younger Mamdani's almost impossible meeting with King Charles? Perhaps nothing at all. I would wager that Zoran, growing up in the house Mahmud, has not only a keen understanding of his father's views, but a deep commitment thereunto. We know this from Zoran's own open disdain for Israel, albeit shared by myself for completely different reasons, and his denunciations of what he takes as colonialism. So are his grievances against England as raw as his father's? Hard to say, but as the New York Times has pointed out, the king was born in Buckingham Palace, and he is the leader of a monarchy that was at one point the world's largest colonial power. And Zoran Mamdani might be described as America's young prince of self-styled resistance. The twain, well, they mix as well as vintage wine and Red Bull. Now, Mahmud, speaking on Democracy Now! Of his son's electoral victory, observed, "Being a minority, you are never fully part of society." Well, Zoran, as the happy outsider installed in one of the most inside jobs in our nation, may enjoy snubbing the King of England, or vice versa. But whatever went down exactly, I haven't looked into just yet. I can only imagine it must have been cold. So that's my thoughts on that, if they help. So Holly brought up, something that I otherwise would probably have avoided.
I'm saying they had the equivalent of a handshake.
Yeah.
As did Mamdani with Trump.
Yeah. Well, no. Mamdani
He's
and Trump.
diplomatic.
Honey, Mamdani and Trump. They were on the Resolute desk in the 69 position, sucking each other's cocks on camera.
Yeah, not exactly.
that wasn't no fucking
used
handshake.
to politeness. It was polite gestures.
No,
which will mean nothing.
They were stroking each other off. Unbelievable.
Well,
they stripped down.
It may be the only way.
They couldn't keep their clothes on fast enough. They were just, seriously.
That wasn't my take.
I never saw two guys wrapped in a pretzel so quickly in my life. That's like, Mamdani is on the inside now. And considering his background as an exploiter, a colonialist, that's, exactly what you'd expect.
I tell you, I would love to see the last however long you've been talking in print.
Yeah. Well, thank you, honey.
I would like to study it, and I take information best through my eyes, not my ears.
Well, definitely.
So, it would be wonderful to have a transcript of that.
Well, definitely.
Or at least on the phone,
Well, I appreciate that.
But thank you. A remarkable rundown.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. By the way, I want to thank our listeners. John Kulik sent 15 United States dollars. He says, "Go DD." God bless you, John Kulik. And Matthew Bush sent 25 United States dollars. He says, "Thank you." Thank you, Matthew Bush. Love to both these lads, and much appreciation for their support. Give him a kiss, Holly, if you'd be so kind. Thank you. That would be delightful.
Big, huge, sloppy.
Yes, thank you, darling.
Big, sloppy kisses and hugs.
Yes, it's
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, Holly, you're the best. And So with that, she forces me to go into territory I otherwise would have avoided. It's been revealed
Aw.
that the Secret Service agent who took a bullet was hit by friendly fire. The Secret Service agent injured at Saturday's White House Correspondents' dinner was shot by a colleague, not by the gunman. The White House has not released a two shooters post, but the day is young. Now, Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old mechanical engineering graduate from Caltech, booked a hotel room actually, at the Washington Hilton. He packed a duffel bag with a shotgun. He walked down 10 flights of stairs to avoid security cameras, and he sprinted toward the ballroom where the president and his cabinet were seated, and never fired a single shot. The agent, however, fired 5 shots at Allen. None of them hit Allen. Allen fell to the ground and was arrested. The agent was hit in his Kevlar vest. One of his colleagues is now proven to have fired the shot that struck him. The acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, confirmed at a press briefing that Allen had fired at least once from his shotgun, or so they claim, because there seems to be no indication that that buckshot went anywhere to leave a mark or any discernible damage. So, as I said, it was a blank. Because, we know this because Todd Blanche has since declined to discuss the ballistics further. Himself having gone on record, however, to say, "I'm not going to do that today." And that was several days ago. The president was evacuated safely, and there's no way it could have been otherwise because there was never any threat. The suspect, or rather the patsy, is in custody. The agent survived. In fact, it was as if he was never hit. More details will be released when the details are less embarrassing. And Trump abused the shooting to sell his ballroom. A man is accused of nearly having shot up a room full of journalists and cabinet officials on Saturday night, and by Sunday morning the president decided the real reason was that someone needs to stop blocking his construction project. That the connection between the twain being why it's so logical I can't even begin to see it. Now, 12 hours after a gunman is supposed to have opened fire, albeit with blanks, at the White House Correspondents' dinner, Trump stood in the briefing room in his tuxedo and made his case, declaring, "It's drone-proof. It's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom." That's like the first thing that would come on your mind after such a near close call with catastrophe, right? Is your construction project. There's one glaring problem with this argument, aside from the obvious, that it has no logical sequential connection. The White House Correspondents' Association sponsors the dinner. Even if the ballroom were complete, the annual event would most certainly not be held, ever, on White House grounds. The president himself is an invitee. He's an invitee, not the host. He would still have to leave the White House and his ballroom to attend. The Justice Department sent a letter to the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is going to stop the ballroom's construction, demanding it drop the case on the basis of everything I've just articulated. Assistant Attorney General Brett Shumate claimed without evidence that the lawsuit puts the lives of the president at risk. I use lives in the plurality here because he seems to have 9 of them. The National Trust for Historic Preservation, unmoved by the maladministration's creative interpretation of what caused a mass shooting, abortive as it was, or rather staged as it was played, said no. So Trump went on 60 Minutes to say he's not a pedophile. Again, the logical connection escapes me, and it all seems non-sequitorial, but we're living in a Fellini film. Donald Trump sat down for an interview with CBS's Norah O'Donnell on Sunday to proclaim he's not a pedophile, when nobody had ever even asked, which is a sign of guilt if ever there was any. But such being placed aside for the moment, Trump was asked about the manifesto written by Cole Thomas Allen, the man who opened fire at the White House Correspondents' dinner the night before, albeit loaded with blanks, and getting only one of those shots off. I mean, think of what his sex must be like. His performance must be execrable. All of that aside, Allen's writings contained a line describing his motive as no longer being willing to permit his words, pedophile, rapist, and traitor to stain his conscience. Because he couldn't stain his own beds, or his own sheets, or his own underwear for that matter. So his conscience was stained by a man who's left stains everywhere. Sheets, underwear, and, unfortunately, little girls' panties. Trump's response? I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would. Because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody. I'm not a pedophile. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person? I got associated with stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. O'Donnell followed up by asking, oh, do you think he was referring to you? For the record, Trump has never been exonerated. A New York jury found in 2023 that Trump sexually abused the journalist E. Jean Carroll, awarding her $83.3 million in damages for defamation on top of $5 million for the assault itself. His bid to overturn the verdict, Trump's bid that is, completely failed, because it was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt by his stains. Those stains I talked about. Those stains Cole Thomas Allen talked about. Also worth noting, no previous president in American history has ever found it necessary to clarify this particular proclivity on national television, which in and of itself kind of answers the question of whether he's what he says he is, or, well, let's just put it this way, his very denial confirms his guilt. But both sides have decided the Correspondents' dinner shooting was fake, regardless of Trump's proclivities. In other words, everyone knows that Trump staged the Correspondents' dinner shooting. A shooter supposedly opened fire at the White House Correspondents' dinner, and the conspiracy theories from both left and right started flying before the shell casings even hit the fucking floor. On the evening of April 25th, gunshots were fired near the main security screening area for the annual White House Correspondents' dinner at the Washington Hilton. Trump, Melania, Vance, and members of the cabinet were mass evacuated by the Secret Service. Authorities have identified the suspect as the 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen of California, who rushed the event while armed and was stopped by law enforcement. One officer was struck in a bullet-resistant vest, yet is guaranteed to recover, which is suspicious in and of itself, since he was never injured. Within minutes, a false flag conspiracy theory began to spread. Users latched onto a quote from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. made hours earlier in a red carpet interview on Fox News. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. Was that a figure of speech? Hardly. Has this maladministration spent years poisoning the information environment so thoroughly that nobody trusts anything anymore? Definitively so. Dozens of prominent right-wing accounts posted what is self-evidently a coordinated campaign of support for Trump's White House ballroom project in the moments after the incident. The speed and singularity of content was notable enough that even people with no interest in conspiracy theories noticed it. Trump himself noted the speed. Usually, it takes a little bit longer. Usually, they wait about 2 or 3 months to start saying that. He would know. He has spent a decade cultivating precisely this ecosystem. In the wake of the self-staged assassination at the White House Correspondents' dinner, there has been a concerted effort by President Donald Trump and his allies to fault their political opponents. But according to the New York Times columnist MญีMឭդy, it would be dishonest to deny that Trump is responsible for shaping the environment in which we live, for creating an atmosphere in which these kinds of events are more likely. Now, Trump and those in his orbit have attempted just such duplicity, with the president claiming, "The hate speech of the Democrats is very dangerous for the country." At the same time, the White House press secretary Karoline Leavitt projected, "The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words." And many other Republicans have made similar assertions. This is hardly the case with retro-conservatives. Trump ally and former advisor Steve Bannon has suggested putting heads on pikes on the 2 corners of the White House as a warning. And for the president himself, fantasies of violence against political enemies are, in fact, a defining feature of Trump's political language. While on the campaign trail in 2015, for example, Trump wondered whether the Second Amendment people could do anything about a presidentress, Hillary Clinton. When faced with the George Floyd protests of 2020, Trump threatened, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts." He called for the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, to be killed, and regularly refers to his political enemies as vermin and the enemy within. And then there's the January 6th insurrection, during which Trump declared, "You'll never take back our country with weakness. We fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." And all of that is just the tip of the iceberg. So Bowie writes, and here I read them from, at length and verbatim, "But this argument does not stand up to scrutiny. Even the most heated language coming from Democrats over the past few years falls well within the boundaries." By the way, perhaps I should read from Karoline Leavitt herself exactly what he's responding to. But I will probably get back to that. It would only take away from the paragraph I've got in front of me. So Bowie writes, and here I read therefrom at length and verbatim, "This argument does not stand up to scrutiny. Even the most heated language coming from Democrats over the past few years falls well within the boundaries of ordinary political discourse in the United States. No elected Democratic leader has called for violence against Trump or his allies. All have condemned such violence when it has taken place. And you would be hard-pressed to find anything different among Democratic Party officials and liberal activists. In Trump, we have a president who isn't concerned with the impact of his language and the consequences of his words, who delights in wielding them as a weapon against others, with no regard for what it might do or whom it might influence. He thought nothing, for example, of calling a group of Democratic lawmakers traitors who were guilty of seditious behavior at the highest level, and who should be arrested and put on trial, and even punished with death. He thinks nothing of targeting individual critics with vitriolic social media posts and of threatening entire nations with total destruction. As a response to the latest self-staged abortive attempt on his own life, Trump has declared that he won't be safe until he gets his secure ballroom. According to Buie, while this is a demand driven largely by his megalomania, it also reflects Trump's desire to isolate himself from the world. This is a president who rarely travels beyond the confines of the White House compound or Mar-a-Lago. He rarely meets people where they are. More so than most who have held the office, he lives inside a bubble. Some of this is vanity. Some of it is laziness. But some of it, I think, is fear. Trump is afraid of the world, which in a way might mean he is afraid of the world he has helped to build. And as conspired amid the war of the American president versus the American Pope, sans evidence, the White House blames Democrats, including Elizabeth Warren, for inspiring violence against Trump. Days after this armed man stormed the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt pointed a finger at Democrats, including some prominent Massachusetts lawmakers, and alleged, sans evidence, that they incited violence against President Trump. The comments she alluded to described Trump as a wannabe dictator and a fascist, always the go-to name, and encouraged people to protest, but did not call for acts of violence. During a press briefing on Monday, Leavitt said that crazed rhetoric about the president from members of the Democratic Party inspire violence like what was seen on Saturday, when a man tried to storm the Correspondents' Dinner, authorities having charged said suspect with the attempted assassination of Trump. My only surprise is that they didn't blame the church, because it's the pontiff who has proved unwilling to subordinate his faith to politics or to adjust his commitment to the gospel in exchange for access to power. American presidents and popes have clashed before, but the battle of words and wills between Donald Trump and Pope Leo XIV is unprecedented. The distinctiveness of their clash is not due mainly to the fact that Robert Francis Prevost is the first American-born pope, though that is significant. After all, Leo cannot be dismissed as a foreigner who is speaking about a country and culture he doesn't understand. When he is critical of America on matters ranging from war to mass deportation to those who manipulate religions and the very name of God, it cometh from a place of love and devotion, not just to his God, but to his country. Nor does it have to do solely with the nature of these disagreements, most specifically the war waged by Trump against Iran. Past popes have criticized past presidents for going to war. What makes the Trump-Leo collision most unusual is the manner of the disagreement. Not on the part of the Pope, of course, whose criticisms have been direct but restrained, but on the part of the president. No president has ever attacked the spiritual leader of the Catholic Church so directly and so personally. Trump called Leo weak on crime. In fact, that was all in the uppercase, so I have to shout that. Weak!
That was hilarious. Douglas,
Oh,
I got to take another call, but
okay.
fantastic.
Love
I'll
you,
be
man.
back.
Look
At
forward
least
to it.
listening. Thank you. Support him, folks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. So Trump calls Leo weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He's attacked the Pontiff for opposing his Iran war policy, labeling him a very liberal person, as if that were some sort of negative, who is catering to the radical left. He also said Leo owed his papacy to Trump himself. It's unusual, to say the least, for a head of state, in this case of the most powerful empire in the world, to treat the Bishop of Roma as a bitter political rival. When a president attacks the Pope, he telegraphs, "There's nothing I won't do or say." That is, in and of itself, a profoundly troubling message. There are no lines I won't cross, no rules I won't break. President Donald Trump is telling the whole wide world nobody is safe nor sacred in his book. Got it? And the White House press corps meekly accepts that. Consider Trump's pardon economy. During their respective first years in office, Presidents Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, and Joe Biden issued precisely 0 pardons. In Donald Trump's first, he mass pardoned just 1 person, the Arizona Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Offensive enough in and of itself to rate a mass pardoning, because by that example, he clarified that all crooked sheriffs are safe from the law, that they can misenforce the law, but they will never be subject to justice. And in the first year of his second midterm, Trump has mass pardoned over 1,600 criminals. Among those who've received pardons or commutations from the president in his second midterm are the former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, the former Congressman George Santos, the reality TV stars Todd and Julie Chrisley, the multi-billionaire Binance founder Changpeng Zhao, and Ross Ulbricht, the founder of the online black market Silk Road. The actor Mel Gibson got his gun rights reinstated. And these are just the high-profile recipients of presidential mercy. Trump also pardoned around 1,500 January 6th defendants on his first day back in office, including one who sprayed a police officer with bear repellent, thus leaving her blind, and another who shocked an officer with a taser, causing him to suffer a fatal heart attack, ergo, thereby committing murder. The president is offering clemency at an unprecedented rate. Per Frank Bowman, an emeritus law professor at the University of Missouri, who recently completed a book about pardon history, nothing on Trump's scale has ever happened at any point in American history, period. Full stop. Not debatable. And it's created an entire pay-to-play economy. Pardon seekers and their families are often shelling out million-dollar-plus fees to lobbyists and consultants who tout their connections with the president in hopes of securing the mercy of the White House. One prominent criminal defense lawyer so telling the Fourth Estate, "Every one of my clients is being approached by these scumbags. They say who they're friends with. It's often White House counsel. and they ask for $1 million and another $1 million if it's successful. For decades, Ruth Marcus covered legal affairs for the Washington Post. She joined the New Yorker magazine in 2025. Over months of reporting, Marcus spraketh with dozens of clemency recipients, lawyers, historians, and the consultants offering clients their pardon expertise. She recounts stories of suspiciously well-timed decisions by Trump, including that of a Florida businessman whose pardon was granted just weeks after his mother attended a $1 million per head candlelit dinner at Mar-a-Lago, where she, according to one person familiar with the event, made a case on his behalf to the president. Marcus's investigation is as shocking as it is thorough. It is also a reminder of just how much the American justice system has been transformed by President Trump in order to benefit only his own interests and his allies. And in that context, the Justice Department mass fired, purged the people who protected your vote. By the way, getting a nice little gif from our man Brenden ̶OGHET here. Let's see if he's rejoined the call. And apparently he's not on bandwidth itself, but he's more than welcome to join. Now, since Trump took office, roughly 70% of the lawyers in the Civil Rights Division have been pushed out. The voting rights section, which previously had dozens of attorneys, now operates with bare-bones staff. The section chief and 5 senior managers have since been reassigned to a complaint adjudication office handling inter-employee grievances. Active voting rights cases were ordered dismissed with no explanation. Harmeet Dillon, the woman Trump installed to run what remains of this division, spent her career before this job filing more than 10 unsuccessful lawsuits challenging my own Golden State Nation's, California's, voting programs and arguing that election fraud cost Trump the 2020 election. Her new priorities for the division include keeping men out of women's sports, life and death subject if ever there was one, and ending radical indoctrination in K-12 schooling. Now, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 is not on the list. The DOJ has since withdrawn election-related lawsuits in Georgia, Virginia, and Alabama, canceled police oversight agreements reached after the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and declined to investigate the killing of Renee Good while opening an investigation into her widow instead. The midterms are in November. Nobody currently employed at the Justice Department's voting rights section has ever won a voting rights case, because winning voting rights cases was not what they were hired to do. And the agent who killed Renee Good got a cushy new job. On January 7th, Renee Good had just dropped her 6-year-old off at school and was driving home in Minneapolis when she encountered ICE troopers on a residential street. She was 37 years old, a mother of 3, a poet, and a writer. ICE trooper Jonathan Ross fired 3 shots. Good was hit in the arm, her head, and her chest, and died. Footage captured Ross calling her a fucking bitch in the moments before he pulled the trigger. Ross was placed on 3 days of maladministrative leave. He has since been transferred to a different state where he has returned to work in both an administrative and investigative capacity, facing no consequences whatsoever. There was no termination. There was no criminal referral. There were 72 hours of paid leave, a vacation for committing murder. Department of Homeland Security officials say ICE's Internal Affairs Division cannot conduct its own investigation until the FBI probe concludes, a structure that alloweth accountability to be deferred indefinitely, effectively forever. The FBI's investigation has been marked by delays and a series of maneuvers, machinations really, that have not exactly accelerated the timeline of eternity. Meanwhile, the Justice Department has declined to open a civil rights investigation into Good's killing and instead moved to investigate Good's widow. The worse Trump gets, the worse Trump gets, in a vortex of flexing power and expressing anger. This week last, he insulted the Roman Catholic Church and its 1.4 billion members. The week before last, he threatened to end Iran's Persian civilization. That last bit sounds like something Trump and Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth made up. Massive retaliation for defending itself in a war that we, the United States of America, started one day before dawn. Under orders from Israel, no less. Trump and Hegseth, a retro-rightist Christian religio fanatic, are so close that it's scary to see the way they look at each other in cabinet meetings. Side by side, they egg each other on. Neither Trump nor Hegseth has any idea how to end the war they started without informing Congress or the public. His latest bright idea, a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, is copying the John Fitzgerald Kennedy playbook in the Cuban Missile Crisis with the Greater Soviet Union. Trump is the first and only president of the modern era to communicate constantly with posts. As we all know, all too ill, they are oft profane, insulting, or boastful, with no sense of proper presidential speech. His language in posts is the way he speaks in real life, mean-spirited. In a word, low IQ is a low IQ way to belittle others. Without posts as his medium of communication, Trump could not bombard the press and public day in, day out with his trash talk or new architectural plans for the Capitol. The medium really is the message, as the late Roman Catholic author and thinker Marshall McLuhan told us. The press should not define their job as covering every maniacal message. The other night's post raised concerns about Trump's state of mind, which are circulating on Capitol Hill. He posted an image of himself as Jesus, then posted articles about former President Joe Biden and the Representative Eric Swalwell, topped off with a piece about his illegal, for now, White House ballroom for 1,000 people, and finally, at 4 a.m., a missive on Iran. Is Trump quite well? The fact that he's fuming in the White House at that hour reveals an unquiet, erratic mind. This portrait of a president shows he's full of sound and fury, to echo Shakespeare. Murderous Macbeth could not sleep either. To paraphrase Macbeth, life is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. But in our case, Trump's sound and fury signifies everything. Our lost place in the world, our standing with allies whom he's alienated, our American exceptionalism, gone. Also, our rule of law, our commitment to diversity, our support of higher education and research, our strength as a nation of immigrants. Somehow, one angry man managed to take all that away from us as he ripped the body politic apart. And somehow we let him do it because we thought his dark side, political violence, racism, misogyny, and one ugly post after another could all be overlooked. By the way, our dear friend Brendan asks, and let me open up his communique. Did you ever cover the king coming to regulate? He outclassed T-Man, and that's not a flex. Yes, I have, and we'll close our program tonight with that, as a matter of fact, if I make it that far. It's always a question of if, because you never know if they'll cut us off. Yeah, it's something that we did cover and will continue to cover. I'll close with that because I think it would be poetic to do so. But for now, so far in the arc of narrative, thus far in the arc of narrative, so much for the political science theory that it doesn't matter who the president is because the federal government runs on its own. Remember, Trump's first order of business was to strip the federal government, our legal government, down to the bone, except for defense and homeland security spending, to enforce his regime. It's not too much to say that Trump has polluted political discourse over the last 10 years with his tweets and posts. Yet twa things can be true. Anti-social media was his path to the White House. But how about peaceful Pope Leo? You don't have to be Catholic to love him. He's now on a trip to the heart of Black Africa. Before departing, the first American Pope declared, "Enough of the idolatry of self and money. Enough of the display of power. Enough of war." It's all there on Trump's Truth Social, which is neither. Trump is learning the hard way that his belligerent bombast actually has consequences. According to a new analysis from the iPaper, President Donald Trump has reveled in belligerent bombast and the implicit encouragement of violence throughout his political career. And now he is learning the hard way that such words have consequences. Yesterday, Patrick Cockburn published a piece for the outlet examining Trump's relationship to violence, both in the way that his rhetoric encourages it and in the ways that he has welded state violence as president. Despite the long history of violence in the American empire and its impact on politics, Cockburn analyzed that things feel like they are getting more violent and out of control. This growing sense reached a crescendo with the onset of the Iran war, which represents the ultimate expression of state violence, with Trump's defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, openly decrying the stupid rules of engagement for war. Cockburn concluding that the maladministration can hardly expect others to stick by the rules, and wondered if the world is entering a new era of assassinations. To quote us the Cockburn at length and verbatim, "The political temperature is high and rising in the U.S. and the Middle East. Wars on Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran are being fought without mercy or restraint. The U.S. has adopted the Israeli policy of mowing the grass, a sinister, understated way of describing repeated state-led assassination campaigns as a strategy, and might even work until the enemy strikes back in kind. No U.S. administration has relished inflicting violence and death on others at home and abroad as much as Trump in his second term." Oh, we're joined by Brendan ̔oghet, who gives us a nice little clear, throat-clearing cough there. Allow me to finish this quote, Brendan, before I bring you on. Now, Cockburn continues, "In Minnesota, 2 innocent people are shot dead by federal agents. In the Caribbean, Venezuelan seamen clinging to their upturned boat are killed in a U.S. airstrike. In Iran, a U.S. Tomahawk slams into a school, killing 168 people, including over 100 children. Trump's implicit encouragement of violence against those he identifies as his opponents is scarcely news. In 2017, he refused at first to condemn a white supremacist who had driven his car into a crowd of protesters in Charlottesville, Virginia, killing one and injuring 17 others. On the first day of his return to the White House, he issued a blanket pardon to 1,600 people in jail or awaiting trial for the 6th of January 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Trump ramps up his belligerent bombast, speaking of ending Iranian civilization and returning the country to the Stone Age, but such words have consequences. The world, from Minneapolis to Tehran, has learned that the only way to deal with Trump is to resist and counter violence with violence. A nastier, more vicious world is in the making. Well, no wonder Iran is beating America. With that, we turn towards Brendan ̶OGHET. And how are you, dear Brendan? People care about you as a person. Let us know how you're doing. You have to be off mute to do that, of course. Don't forget. Yes, go on.
Yeah, yada yada. I mean, everything's fine. But I was gonna say, did you hear Seth Hegg getting, checked, checkmated by one of those guys in Congress or a reporter?
Tell us.
Into slandering Trump.
Cool. Tell us.
Well, someone was asking him about, who told you to strike Iran? And he was like, what strike? And he's like, the whole thing. And he's like, well, it was Trump. It was Trump's idea. He's the commander in chief. And the guy said some checkmate shit. He was like, he mic dropped him. Because that's what happened to Kristi Noem and all the others. Bondi, they all called out Trump, and then they got fired immediately. So hopefully that happens to Seth Hegg.
Oh, cool. That would be vengeance for Sailor Greg. Right. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Difference being, of course, Hegseth never needed the fucking job. It was like, that dude, it's like, guys like that shouldn't even be employed. But I'm glad you brought that up.
Kegseth. Some people call him Kegseth.
Yeah.
He's always
drunk. Yeah.
Drunk,
yeah. Well, so's Kash Patel. I mean, tell people that guy's drunk out of his mind. He's like.
Yeah, well, they're both keg stand level, drunk all the time. Like they're just partying, 20, like their whole life's a party.
On duty.
Oh yeah.
That's the.
And then they have the nerve to. At least the old school fuckers would come out and say, everyone knew they were all smashed on whiskey. Like back in the Colonel Ripper and shit.
Yeah.
These people.
Yeah.
But these guys, I never drank on the job. Like just straight up lying.
Yeah. What a load.
I've never drank on the job, man.
Yeah, I know, and it's like
the old school generals would just say, you need a little whiskey.
Of course,
some shit
of course.
Like
no, it's true. Yeah, if anything, you were a wimp if you weren't drinking.
Yeah.
But these guys are trying to have it both ways. It's disgusting. Well, what else is going on domestically and internationally you think we should be paying attention to before I jump back into it?
I mean, that's it pretty much. There's some stuff on the Japanese front, but it's economic. So maybe if you cross into that path.
Yeah, well, anytime you want, just feel free to interrupt. I mean, you're always welcome to do so. But thank you for coming on. We always appreciate your input. Yeah. And so, other than that, I'm just curious. Are you at the work site tonight, or not?
I may be, or I may not be.
Cool. Okay. No, I get it. Yeah, it's fine. We'll maintain security with that then.
Yeah. I mean, I told you earlier, but you're freaking on the level of Hegseth.
Yeah.
But at least you're not running the military yet. Yeah.
Oh, true.
In your defense.
Yeah. True. Yeah. Half the time you catch me, I'm terribly distracted, and But anyhow, as for all the reasons that Brendan has articulated, along with all the context I've provided, no wonder Iran is beating America. In a rambling address to the American...
Well,
yeah, go on.
It's hard to say. I think the level of this conflict is literally everyone's lost at this point. Like, on all sides. It's just a loss for humanity. That's why... when Saturn's in the 12th house acting on Neptune and all these things are happening, 12th sign is the sign of loss, Pisces.
Hmm. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it definitely was like a general loss for humanity as far as economics and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Freedoms were lost and things were shut.
And because my sister was in the sun's born under Pisces, it so explains her life. Her life was a Piscean life,
Yeah, I mean, well, Pisces is a very spiritual sign, but the malefic part of it, which is what's operating in the modern time, is not good. It cuts off a lot of gains. It's the removal of gains. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. And
but we don't need to get off on a tangent astrology. But
understood. But nevertheless, I'll make the case from both sides. I understand. Yes, certainly.
And the reason why I say that is because Iran, their monetary system is completely imploded.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's riots going on in Iran. I don't know what they're about or exactly who's rioting.
Well,
about...
the monetary system. Should I bring up the article? I'll tell you.
Please do.
Yeah.
Very important. Yes.
It's basically collapsed. Their economy's collapsed.
Mm-hmm. But my argument, well, I understand the point Brendan is making. You could always argue that in war, everybody loses in any war, but I'll try.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, obviously it's a malefic situation, but I mean, but if you're talking Martian war, there's a tipping point where one side takes everything, subsumes everything. But in this war, it's like just a stalemate. It's this it's almost like what is it called? Stagnant. It's a stagnant war.
But
everyone's getting fucked.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying. Nevertheless,
who's gaining? Who's in the old school? It would be like you would get gold or resources or take over a territory. But in this case, it's just
it's nothing. My job as an analyst to make the case for both sides. So I'll make the case for both sides. But one thing that we know for a fact is that Iran's economic war is working. Iran is toppling the world economy. That's so there's no arguing with that. And in that sense, it's no wonder that Iran is beating America. Did you find that link yet? Let me know when you do about whatever's going on with their monetary system. But
I'm checking for it, but I'll tell you.
Good. To segue into that link that Brendan is researching.
I'll say this on air since it was a private conversation, but you called it OPEC is crumbling.
Thank you.
It's another country pulled out and it's about to fall apart. So yeah, for anyone listening, Doug called it. The second he heard UAE pulled out of OPEC, he literally said OPEC's gone.
Thank you.
It's done. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, it's an important point. Thank you for validating that. Now, in this rambling address, his rambling address to the American people on All Fool's Day, all too appropriately enough, opening this cruelest month, the United States President Donald Trump claimed that the American imperial war against Iran has been a success, vowing to finish the job very fast. It was a statement in obvious conflict with the facts. Trump is still pretending that Iran is just another small American imperial adversary that can only absorb punishment, lash out locally, and ultimately buckle under sustained military and economic coercion. In reality, Iran has upended the model.
I found the article here, so
good.
Send it
well,
in the chat.
Thank you. In reality,
and before we get labeled, it's like, look, I understand Al Jazeera is biased, but I'm not supporting them. Just using them as an example.
There you go. Now, in reality, Iran has upended the model on which American imperial interventionism has all too long relied on. So understand this: Iran is not some other American imperial victim that can only absorb punishment, lash out locally, and then ultimately buckle under sustained military and economic coercion. In reality, Aryan, it's the original Greek name, simply means Aryan, has upended that model on which American imperial interventionism has long relied. Now, let's turn towards this link here that was brought to our attention by Brendan and see what it says. It's Al Jazeera, and I'll heart it because it's something important. Iran's currency fails or falls to a new low as I mean, how could it be low? It was like, what wasn't one of their dollars equals 0 American dollars? How could it go lower
It was
than
the
that?
lowest in
Negative?
the worst. Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, it's worse than it was.
Yeah, now the war has affected trade with some
1
of
million,
yeah.
1 million rial to a dollar.
Yeah.
1.8 million rial to a dollar. It's like, what is the point of even counting that high at this point?
Yeah. Yeah. So it says the war has affected trade with some of Iran's largest partners, including the Communist Chinese Empire and the United Arab Emirates. Well, they're not trading partners anymore after they attacked the UAE. So tell us, what do you make of this article? Read the elements from it that you find the most important.
That basically all their money is just coming from oil. So non-oil trade is extremely negatively affected, completely cut off or disrupted as a result of the war. Their critical infrastructure was bombed. So, yeah, they're down about 58 billion on imports and exports. So it's just non-oil trade was lowered to 9 billion for the 11th month, and etc. So it just keeps dropping. So they have basically nothing to make money with except all that oil. So that's why they're not willing to, acquiesce to any kind of deals or anything, which rightly so.
Yeah, well, I appreciate.
Not that I'm defending them. It's just like, how do we say, strategically? It makes sense strategically.
Yes, thank you. Or as much as anything can make sense in an insane situation. Well, thank you for bringing that to our attention. You feel this has led to whatever riots are going on in Iran? Most certainly, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have food, because think about it. If they don't grow enough food, they're importing it. If their exports are down, they have less GDP or funds. They have less liquid to buy food coming in. So it's gonna accrue. The damage will accrue, and then the people have to revolt if there's no food and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. The country is large, so you can't really sustain itself. It probably needs imports from India. That's my assumption.
Yeah. That's all of that is that's going to be interesting. India, of course,
because all of those Arab countries, they all survive off of basmati rice. Like, this is like a fact.
Yeah,
and it's all grown in the Himalayas.
Yeah,
so that trade route all the way through India is like feeds so many people like you wouldn't even imagine. Couldn't imagine how many people it feeds.
But since India also sustains Israel, I guess India is playing all sides, which India is kind of notorious for.
Oh shit! After you said the big I, there was like a skip.
So, yeah, of course there was. I said since since India also sustains Israel by its food, then I would presume that India is playing both sides, as it's always been notorious for.
Yeah. I mean, it's like they're a powerhouse when it comes to food, so it's like the more you sell, the better for them.
Yeah.
So that's what it's, and they produce so much, like the floodplains in the Ganges, like produce so much rice. I mean, no one on earth can compete with them, not even China. Like there's like infinite rice basically in those areas.
Thank God for that.
Because their geography is perfect. Is perfect. Because the beings that created that landmass, like back, prehistory, the rishis created like a perfect setup for that. That's why the Himalayas are there and all that.
Excellent. Well, thank God for that. I mean, it's at least they have that, and so
yeah, of course.
Yeah. So such being said, well, in terms of Iran's winning this war, to make that case first, Iran caused more extensive damage to United States military bases than is publicly known. Now, according to 3 United States officials, 3 congressional aides, and another source familiar with the damage, American military bases and other equipment in the Persian Gulf region suffered extensive damage from Iranian strikes that is far worse than publicly acknowledged and is expected to cost billions of dollars to repair. According to the United States officials and an assessment by the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank in Washington, D.C., dozens of targets across bases in 7 Middle Eastern countries have been struck since February 28th, including command headquarters, aircraft hangars, satellite communications infrastructure, and high-end radar systems. Now, there was a giggle there. Was there something you were looking at, some new news to be shared with us, or was it just the sheer,
Sorry, I didn't realize I was off mute. No, I was looking at this article about the HEGSET committee hearing, and then they were quoting Trump in one of his posts afterwards, and he says, "No more Mr. Nice Guy." And I was just thinking, like, he's quoting Alice Cooper now. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, there you go. That's
this is bad.
Yeah,
it's embarrassing.
Yeah, well, he always
and
was.
The king had to come over and hit him, slap him.
Yeah.
Slap him with the fucking his sandals and shit.
Yes. Yeah.
And the king, King Charles, he said something about. He said, "I saw that you're doing renovations to the White House." He said, "We did that in 1814." Oh, just right in his eye. He did it right in front of everyone. And everyone was laughing. Yeah,
oh, that's delightful.
He probably didn't know the history because they were afraid to tell him.
Of course. No, that's
they're afraid to tell him why it's white, because if they say, "Oh, this is why we painted it white," he'll repaint it or some shit.
Yes, seriously. Or he might even repaint it.
There's a lot of skipping happening, so
that's they're, of course, they're just fucking interdicting everything that we're saying to each other. I hope that's not the case for all of our listeners. Says we have an excellent connection.
Yeah, and then
go on.
It might just be on my end. You know how they are. How they just the appendage users.
Mm-hmm.
But the 25 billion price tag, this is what they quoted. They came out and said, "We've only spent 25 billion and shit." It's like, really? I don't believe that.
Well, that in itself is offensive, because they
were already saying, we won.
Yes.
Oh shit, they're really messing with the technology.
Yeah. Well, I can't help it if you can't hear me, Brendan. So what I'll say is thank you for bringing forth that information, and let us know if you can hear us again. Aristides, so far as you can tell, are we still live? Make certain to check into that, please. And we should be, and I'll continue with Arc of Narrative. For decades, the United States has nurtured the belief, not the fact, but the belief, that it could wage wars abroad without exposing itself to the risk of serious retaliation.
Oh, here's a rich one. He said no quarter.
No.
He said no quarter no mercy for our enemies. It's like, then why are you guys pausing?
Yeah, well, for all the reasons.
That's not what no quarter means.
Well, for all the reasons I'm going to give, yes, that's what it is. Can you hear us now at all? I take it you can finally?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah, you're
okay.
Back.
So Aristides says we're still live. Thank you so much, Aristides. Very good.
Okay, so whatever's happening is happening on my end. So maybe I'll just go mute so I don't interrupt.
Thank you. Be conscious of that. Yeah, that they're going to attack you so that you interfere with me.
It's like super delayed, so I'm like hearing you probably seconds late or so. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're experiencing what they've done to Holly and Realtek. They've done that for years, and now they're beaming you, so to speak. The interdiction beam. Now, as I said, for decades, the United States has nurtured this misbelief that it could wage wars abroad without exposing itself to any risk of serious retaliation. This was made possible by the careful selection of helpless targets, such as Grenada, Panama, Iraq, Libya, and even Venezuela, that all of them lacked the capacity to impose significant costs beyond their borders, such as by striking American imperial assets or allies in any sustained or meaningful way. Even when insurgencies wore down United States forces, as in Vietnam and Afghanistan, the conflicts remained geographically contained. This asymmetric cost model, a war the American empire starts will ultimately cost the other side far more, has proven vital in sustaining the illusion of American invincibility and limiting domestic political resistance to American imperial military misadventurism. Now, Iran has broken it. Iran's security doctrine is built on forward defense, which makes use of asymmetric military capabilities, including ballistic and cruise missiles, drones, and a network of partners and proxies to protect itself and project power beyond its borders. When Israel and its 50 united satrap states attacked, Iran was able to leverage this strategic depth to retaliate immediately against targets across the region, including United States allies, military bases, and forward deployed assets. By threatening infrastructure, aerobases, and economic choke points, such as the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb across the Gulf, with their Houthi allies, Iran is effectively forcing American imperial partners to share the costs of conflict. As the Gulf states, which have long hosted United States bases in exchange for a place under America's vaunted security umbrella, bear the brunt of Iran's response, strategic friction is growing within America's coalition. Thanks to Iran, allies that once enabled the American empire to project power in the Middle East now have a strong incentive to restrain it. By the way, hearting a graphic interchange format from Brenden on returning to task. The American empire should have seen this coming. Following the United States assassination of the Iranian Major General Qasem Soleimani in 2020, Iran responded not with proxy action or deniable escalation, but with a direct ballistic missile attack on a United States military installation, the Al-Assad aerobase in Iraq. This should have dispelled any doubt that Iran could retaliate against American forces with precision and without fear of immediate retribution. Since then, Iran has only refined its strategy of distributed retaliation. And a heart to that GIF. And another one incoming. Good choices all. Now, the Trump maladministration failed to anticipate this perfectly predictable response, partly because of another long-standing illusion among United States military planners and politicians, that higher military spending automatically confers battlefield superiority. America could strike its enemies with such overwhelming force that they would have no choice but to heed its demands almost immediately. Yet, from the Vietnam War to the 20-year war in Afghanistan, the United States has instead found itself trapped in expensive wars of attrition that could neither decisively win nor politically sustain, resulting in its humiliating withdrawal. Nonetheless, the illusion has persisted, with Iran's defense budget amounting to a small fraction of America's. The Trump maladministration apparently assumed that the country could not possibly put up much of a fight. When it failed to recognize, or rather, what it failed to recognize when it did what Israel told it to do, is that Iran does not need parity. It needs disruption. Its arsenal of low-cost, high-impact systems is tailored not for a conventional victory, but for strategic denial. Swarms of relatively inexpensive drones or missiles can overwhelm even the most sophisticated aero defense systems, as Eretz Israel is learning. With this strategy, Iran has turned America's greatest strength, its global military footprint, into a source of vulnerability. It has also exposed a fundamental weakness in the American way of war: dependence on high-value, high-cost assets that can be degraded by persistent asymmetric pressure. The imbalance is both tactical and economic. The American empire is now being forced to spend vast sums to defend its assets and allies against weapons that cost very little to build and launch. The American empire waged war on Iran with a framework honed against weaker, more isolated adversaries. It assumed that military force combined with economic pressure would ensure submission. Instead, it encountered a state that had spent years preparing for precisely this kind of confrontation and could absorb punishment while steadily ratcheting up the costs of escalation. Yet Trump continues to anticipate a quick capitulation. The Trump maladministration's strategic miscalculation extends beyond underestimating Iran's retaliatory capabilities. It reflects a fundamental misreading of the nature of postmodern conflict. In a world of economic interconnectedness, geographically dispersed military capabilities, and low-cost weapons systems, a country that appears weak in conventional terms can cause serious harm. The message is clear. The age of relatively cost-free American imperial wars is over. The United States can still unleash overwhelming force and inflict immense devastation, but it can no longer control the consequences or contain the fallout. What Iran has demonstrated is not just resilience, but the ability of a weaker state to steadily erode a superpower's advantages. A superpower that once felt invulnerable must now reckon with adversaries that can drain our coffers, bleed our allies, and upend our strategic calculations. The future of the Middle East and of American power hinges on whether the United States internalizes the lessons of its miscalculation in Iran. If it fails to do so, it will continue to stumble into wars it cannot decisively win, cheaply sustain, or strategically justify. Paradoxically, the Iran war scored Trump his biggest OPEC win yet. Donald Trump has scored a big win in the United Arab Emirates, leaving OPEC, the oil cartel he so loathes. It was a stunning announcement. The UAE is leaving the oil cartel OPEC on May 1st of this year. That news will be warmly welcomed in the White House as a win for President Donald Trump, who has long railed against OPEC for distorting oil prices by artificially adjusting supply against market forces, accusing it of ripping off the rest of the world in a fiery 2018 speech to the United Nations General Assembly. The United Arab Emirates itself has said, and here I'm reading their official statement, "This decision reflects the UAE's long-term strategic and economic vision and evolving energy profile, including accelerated investment in domestic energy production, and reinforces its commitment to a responsible, reliable, and forward-looking role in global energy markets." Now, the exit of the UAE is a major blow to OPEC that strikes at its core premise. It calls into question OPEC's ability to sustain the collective restraint of oil-producing nations across the world, many of them strategic rivals to the American empire, and manipulate oil prices higher to their advantage. The Iran war triggered the UAE's OPEC decision. Trump's Iran war appears to have been the catalyst for the UAE's exit, though it is not the sole cause. The war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of the global oil and gas trade passes, has driven oil prices painfully higher. Iran has attacked commercial vessels transiting the closed strait, while the American empire has blockaded Iranian ports. This gives Abu Dhabi a greater incentive to break free from OPEC's stifling production limits, characterized by the cartel as market stabilization, and instead use its spare capacity to generate revenue, fulfilling its own ambitions on capacity. The United Arab Emirates has long chafed under production restrictions, and the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company plans to raise production capacity to 5 million barrels per day by 2027. A country investing to expand output has less reason to let others ration its barrels, especially when those barrels may be worth more in a disrupted market. The UAE's Abu Dhabi crude oil pipeline to Fujairah has reported capacity near 1.8 million barrels per day, leaving room for additional volumes in a closure scenario. That's according to the IEA, or the International Energy Advisory. That infrastructure changes the politics of restraint. For the UAE, or the United Arab Emirates, output flexibility is national insurance against a regional choke point crisis like in the Strait of Hormuz. The war in Iran has also exposed the Gulf's energy security vulnerabilities, increasing the need to take a view of oil production rooted in national and regional interests rather than those of fellow OPEC producers who live outside the Middle East. This conflict has exposed that OPEC members do not all share the same vulnerability to blocked sea lanes, damaged infrastructure, or Iran-American escalation. Moreover, the Iran war has sharpened regional political strains, especially with Saudi Arabia, which serves a leading role in OPEC. UAE-Saudi relations had already been under strain over economic issues and Yemen. And then there's the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. The UAE's exit damages the Saudi Russia production management machine. It weakens Moscow's influence over the oil market, though it has wounded itself in this regard through the Ukrainian war, even as the Russian Federation benefits in the near term from the enormous price spike. On April 5th...
Did you see that Russian update about the war?
Tell us.
War parade?
Oh, tell us about this.
So instead of putting their, legions on the war parade to show it off, this is one of the first years where they suspended showing weaponry. And instead they have like a little museum of captured NATO weaponry, which is like one Abrams tank and a little drone.
Weird shit.
That looks like an ornament.
Weird shit.
And they're claiming it's because they don't want to, be left open for a Ukrainian strike. So that kind of proves how toast they got.
Thank you. Beautiful news. Beautiful news. So this is the May Day parade. You're talking about the normal annual May Day parade.
Yeah, their victory parade. Usually they have, they show all their missiles and all that shit.
Yes.
Well, this year they're not going to show anything.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. That's good news. Thank you for sharing.
But they won't show weapons or legion or troops. They won't show what is it called? Divisions. They won't have any divisions or field weaponry.
Excellent. That's there you have it. They've got
See if I
nothing
can
left.
find the article, so
I'd appreciate that. Yes, I'd appreciate that. They'll probably have
Russia
some.
to
Yeah.
hold Victory Day parade without
Yeah.
weaponry display. They scaled back the parade amid increasing Ukrainian attacks deep into the mainland, including on Moscow itself. The last time the Victory Day parade was held without weaponry was 2007. There you go.
Yeah, there you have that. Now,
So
2000.
they're basically, they got nothing left.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, May 9th. It's on May 9th.
Yes, there we
Red
are.
Square.
Yes, there we are. So it's not the May Day parade, it's the May 9th parade for their victory, quote unquote, in World War II.
Over the Axis.
Yeah, and so.
Over the Nazis, actually, they claim that. Because
Well,
they lost their ass to Japan, so they can't say they beat the Axis.
yeah, they still claim it. They lie through their teeth in both cases, I assure you. No, they claim it over the Axis, but they're like, you know, they
This is
concentrate.
what
Yeah, go on. They concentrate on
finish your
Nazis.
thought.
Oh, they just concentrate on Nazism because that's their main trip. You know, that's
Yeah, that's their great victory.
yeah. But go on with what you were going to say.
So this guy says Dmitry Peskov.
Dmitry
pesky
Peskov, yes.
Dmitry.
Yeah,
this guy.
pesky Dmitry, yes.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, the Kiev regime, which is losing ground on the battlefield every day, has now launched full-scale terrorist activity. It's like, okay, so it's cool when you do it, but anyway, and therefore all measures are being taken to minimize danger. Like, wait a second. Terrorists can attack full military convoys? Isn't that just war? I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, well, all I can say is that
Is terrorism supposed to be guerrilla war against civilians?
Well,
right? So you can't call it that.
Well, I think this is the reason why we finally have some influencers in Russia talking out, you know, in Russia itself, as well they should be. And all I can say is...
I saw some beautiful chick from
Yeah.
Russia, like, being an influencer.
Yeah.
And she moved to Miami because that's where they all go.
Yeah.
So got, like, connections there.
Of course.
And she was... her one complaint was that the food was poisoned. She said, oh, I love everything about it. The weather, the people... You know, with the food, you have to pay so much for food that's not poison.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Well,
welcome to America.
You know,
Yeah.
pick one. Pick a side. Yeah.
Yeah. That's there's
like
advantage.
in a perfect world,
Yeah.
you know, we would have non-GMO shit that was cheap, but not,
Yeah.
not here.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, we don't live in any perfect world, that's for sure. That's
Yeah, but here she could walk around and make money on social media by herself. And
Yeah, there you go.
You know, live comfortably.
Yeah, so she's got nothing to complain about. She's got more than enough money rolling in to buy good food.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, you know, just but I nevertheless I appreciate her lecture on our diet. Yes, the diet is anyhow, they all go to Miami because of the Jewish culture there, because so many Russian Jews are, you know, in Miami and in Israel. So there's this kind of like rat line going through to bring Russians in. But hopefully they take advantage of this to ultimately stew up some conspiracies against the Putin regime. We can only hope for the best. So yeah, that having been said, thank you for that interjection. It's appreciated, and that's good news. Now, on April 5th, OPEC listed Russia, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, among the 8 countries coordinating voluntary adjustments, compensation plans, and compliance with the Declaration of Cooperation in their oil or petroleum output. Removing the United Arab Emirates from that machinery deprives Riyadh and Moscow of a producer with expanding capacity and a history of pushing for more room to pump. It's a strategic win for the American empire. Ultimately, the United Arab Emirates has chosen a path of independence and setting its own policy free from the demands of OPEC. Its success outside...
Yeah, and you answered my question earlier about that. So
thank you. Appreciate that. I really do. And but feel free to interject with any other observations I may have made that you remember.
Oh, just that the reason why they did that is because they had their production capped, and
Yes.
now that there's an economic issue, they didn't want to. OPEC wasn't letting them uncap, and so they just said, "Then we're gonna leave."
Yeah, fuck you. They just said, fuck you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, rightly so.
Yeah. Now, so the UAE, or United Arab Emirates, success outside of OPEC could further rupture OPEC itself if other members see the logic for themselves, fracturing a cartel that has kept oil prices elevated for decades and often been a tool of leverage used against Western interests. The White House's gain is political and strategic, not any immediate relief at the pump for you and I, because the same Iran war that sharpened Abu Dhabi's incentives has helped keep oil prices painfully high. Back to Brendan. Yes, please, Brendan. Continue.
Yeah, I said fuck no. It's $7 a gallon. I'm looking right at it. It's fucking horrible.
Oh Jesus, that's awful. I cringe. I shudder. It's
$6.79. So anyone on the East Coast would
tell
cringe
these
at that.
Tell these people they got nothing to bitch about. People in the Midwest complain about $4 gas.
$4, come on.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, it's like, but such having been qualified, the United Arab Emirates.
Oh, and the one other gripe is that the people here that I heard talking about it, they were like, "Oh man, it's because we're in California. It's that dollar in tax. It's that dollar in tax." That's what they were complaining about, and I didn't have time or care enough to go argue with them. But it's like, I wanted to go explain to them, look, that $3 that just got added had nothing to do with taxes. It was a war tax, is what you call it. Right?
Thank you.
Screwed everyone over.
Yes.
Across the board.
Yes.
Because for a while we were riding high. This early Trump, situation gave us like the cheapest in Cali I've seen in a while.
Yes, that's right. Because of course we're a petrol power now. America's a petrol power now. And but I'll get back to that. Yes, and it is and it isn't. Certainly not for the rest of the world. But yeah, and it's not going to affect you or I in any positive sense for anytime soon. Yeah, so it's only quite
the opposite.
Yeah, quite the opposite. It's the oligarchs that are benefiting. But
where's that trickle down?
There ain't no trickle down. They're pissing on us. Yeah, no fucking trickle. We're getting a golden shower, but that's all we're getting. Now, the UAE's exit, despite our qualifiers here, the United Arab Emirates wakes it, or UAE exit, gives Trump something sanctions and naval pressure alone cannot deliver: a visible crack in the producer coalition that has often resisted American imperial pressure for cheaper oil. That is bad news for OPEC, and a warning to everyone else that cartel discipline is less useful in the new oil politics than sovereign self-help. All told, this is a significant win for Trump, and a big plus for his Iran war strategy, one that he may well seek to build on by encouraging more to follow the United Arab Emirates' lead. No wonder Trump is being fooled into thinking he's winning. Donald Trump held another one of those televised meetings into the last weekend of last month, during which the cabinet secretaries took turns pandering to him. It was obscene, per usual, but it was also oddly affirming. Why? Because I think it demonstrated something that the Secretary of Defense Rock said on National Vietnam War Veterans Day weekend last month. He's the anonymous publisher of History Does You, a newsletter about the intersection of military and civilian life. Now, SODR, as he's called by his acronym, SODR, Secretary of Defense Rock, has articulated that Trump may think he's winning the Iran war because his briefings are essentially CENTCOM highlight reels. Watch enough stuff getting blown up, he says, And you too might think you're winning a war that you're losing. In Friday's cabinet meeting into that last weekend of last month, Trump referred repeatedly, as he often does, to the damage being done by United States forces. He's titanically self-centered and surrounded by yes-men. As the Wall Street Journal said, that might result in him believing that the conflict is in its final stages. Of course, it's not in its final stages. The Iranians control the Strait of Hormuz. They are turning it into a tribute system. They said there will not be any negotiations. Hardliners are now demanding a restart to the nuclear bomb program. Trump can quit when they say no. Or rather, Trump can't quit when they say no, but he can only quit when they say so. Meanwhile, the price of gas in America keeps going up, with a recession or worse in the offing. There is, as one expert put it on Friday into the last weekend of last month, a conspicuous gap between what the president is saying about the war and what's actually happening. And the gap is getting wider by the day. To quote, "Are we de-escalating? Or is this just an illusion? Or a ruse? If it is, for what? And even if there is some real deal on the horizon, would President Trump actually take it? Would the regime?" Whatever the case, investors who have kept their faith in the president lost it that last Friday into the last weekend of last month, as dated the 27th day in March. According to the Associated Press, stocks had their worst day since the war with Iran started, as doubt took over again from hope on Wall Street about any possible end to the conflict. The Standard & Poor's 500 fell 1.7%. The index was headed for a fifth straight losing week, which would be the longest such losing streak in almost 4 years. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 1%, and the NASDAQ Composite sank 2.4%. They were but, at the time, the latest flip-flops for financial markets last month after Iran rejected an American offer for a ceasefire, oil prices rising more than 4%, and Treasury yields climbing in the bond market. But the problem is deeper than a moron easily impressed by CENTCOM videos, we'll call them. They're almost, since they're put to a kind of thematic, music videos. So the problem is deeper than a moron for president easily impressed by CENTCOM music videos. The Secretary of Defense rocks, saying, at a more fundamental level, the problem appears to be the absence of a coherent strategy altogether. From that, he added, arises the illusion of coherence. Now, there's...
quite the presumption.
Yeah! Now, I myself presented interview material with the Secretary of Defense, Rock, as he calls himself, from that Thursday's edition preceding the last weekend of last month. To the lads I'm responsible for tutoring to critically evaluate into that weekend, because it explains the organizational breakdown between where the war began and where it's going. Therein, in the transcript they produced, the Secretary of Defense Rock said, and here I quotest 3 paragraphs, "The individual responsible for defining political objectives, it is the president, either has not articulated them clearly or lacks a settled conception of what success actually looks like. In that vacuum, the rest of the system is left to infer intent rather than execute it. Subordinates, whether planners, commanders, or staff, begin interpreting fragments, signals, and impulses, trying to reverse engineer a strategy from ambiguous guidance. The result is predictable. In the absence of clear political direction, organizations default to what they can control, which is tactics. Operations become ends in themselves rather than instruments of policy. Units execute strikes, maneuvers, or shaping actions not because they are tightly linked to any defined strategic objective, but because they are feasible, familiar, and measurable. Activity substitutes for purpose. This dynamic creates the illusion of coherence. From the outside, it can look like a deliberate campaign with phased objectives, when in reality it is a collection of loosely connected actions driven by local logic rather than overarching design. Tactical success in this environment risks becoming strategically meaningless or even counterproductive because there is no clear framework that ties battlefield outcomes to political effects. Now, the reality of war decisions at the Eisenhowerian level is that a president at war needs resolute advice, not cheerleading. How much does any incoming president truly understand about the horrors and unpredictability of war, and of the intelligence gathering behind the scenes that hopefully precedes it? In the lifetime of the most senior among us, only one president may have intuitively grasped those issues upon assuming the presidency: the former World War II Supreme Allied Commander and five-star General Dwight David Eisenhower. Few presidents in recent decades have had any military experience, and there is nothing wrong with that, particularly as the draft was ended in December of 1972. But in a time of war, real-world military experience can be everything. Not since the end of the George H.W. Bush administration in 1992 have we had any commander-in-chief with combat experience. And without that experience, be they Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, or Donald Trump, that president is going to be completely dependent upon the military and intelligence experts at their disposal to make the proper real-time decisions leading up to go or no go. It is exactly at those times that presidents need an adult in the room thinking, and not cheerleaders. No one understood that better than President Ronald Reagan, as he was about to be sworn in as president in January of 1981. He went against all conventional wisdom and advice, reaching out to James Baker, the man who had been campaign manager for both Gerald Ford and George H.W. Bush, to be his chief of staff. Said Baker, upon reflection of that unexpected decision, "You could have picked me up off the floor with a blotter that he would go to someone who managed 2 campaigns against him and make him his White House chief. Probably will never happen again in American politics." Reagan wanted to hear every side on every consequential issue before him. Donald Trump has never been the same way since he first misentered the business world. His cultists believe that Trump has brought more real-world, common-sense experience into the Oval Office than any president in our lifetimes. Far too many believe have been, well, perhaps they misbelieve this because far too many have been career politicians who have occupied that Oval Office and could never relate to the old Calvin Coolidge quote, "The business of America is business." Trump theoretically can, but sometimes the business of America morphs into war. And as Vice President J.D. Vance so accurately conveyed about Trump when answering a question regarding Joe Kent's public resignation in protest from the National Counterterrorism Center,
I know. The president? Very well. He welcomes differences of opinion. He likes it when people express their views on what should happen. He listens to everybody. One of the great things I like about him is whether you're the gardener at Mar-a-Lago or whether you're Secretary of State, the president cares about what you think about history. He recognizes that everybody has wisdom. That said, whatever your view is, when the president of the U.S. makes a decision, it's your job to help make that decision as effective and successful as possible.
Well, I guess we can all agree that Trump is a fighter. He fought to build a global business empire, and now, over the course of the 5+ years of his presidency, the president is, by self-promotion, a cinematic tough guy. In staging his own assassination attempt, where his very first performance was to jump back up and yell, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" have only made him need to look tougher. Those who advise him on a daily basis must not only understand that reality, but factor it into the process. So Trump's instinct now is to stage a cinematic fight. But to do so, Trump needs to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly surrounding every policy or potential military operation. As the former heavyweight champion boxer Mike Tyson, whom Trump knowest well, so accurately said back in 1987,
"Everyone has a plan until they get hit for the first time."
Now, President Trump is a man very insecure in his own skin. He does not need to be showered in compliments by advisors. If and when the United States gets hit, he needs to hear every single well-reasoned recommendation, be it optimistic or somber. That is how you serve a president always ready to wade into the fight for the American elite, since he's certainly not fighting for the people. It est neither you nor I. Irregardless, President Donald Trump is on the book. He's on the books, and he's on the hook, politically, to try to finish the job of regime change. If Donald Trump walks away from this war with Iran now, the threat to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz will remain. Risk premia on oil prices will stay permanently higher, and Trump's own popularity will shrink further ahead of this year's midterm elections. Despite the obvious risks, Trump has every reason to try to finish the job. And as Trump holds back on energy targets, Israel is pushing to expand Iran strikes. Ergo, American re-escalation is the most likely scenario in Iran. The financial and economic implications of Israel's American war with Iran will depend on this war's duration. The longer it goeth on, the longer we can expect oil, gas, fertilizer, helium, and other prices to remain elevated. The greater the damage done to the Gulf's oil production and export facilities, the greater the stagflationary pressure, which will have a major impact on global equity markets, bond yields, and credit spreads. The economic damage from higher inflation and lower growth will be most severe in Asia, which is suffering both an energy price and quantity shock. Europe is facing negative terms of trade pressure and serious inflationary risks, but its energy supply shock will be more limited than in Asia. These United States, by contrast, we're looking at a positive terms of trade shock. A positive terms of trade shock because we are a net energy exporter.
Nonetheless, American inflation will be higher and our growth lower because those who consume energy, households and businesses, meaning you and I, the American people, will spend less, whereas those energy producers who enjoy windfall profits will not produce or invest more, knowing all too well that the shock is temporary. The Trump maladministration, or should I say Israel and its puppet Trump maladministration, made trois serious miscalculations. They assumed that decapitating the Iranian leadership would cause the regime to collapse in a few weeks, and that Iran would prove unwilling or unable to block the Strait of Hormuz or damage Gulf energy production facilities. They were wrong, and now our market is pricing in United States President Donald Trump's desperation for an off-ramp, the famous TACO, T-A-C-O, Trump always chickens out scenario. But expecting TACO also looks like a miscalculation. If Trump ends the war and locks in the status quo, the threat to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz will remain. Risk premia on oil prices will stay permanently higher, at least 20%, and Trump's popularity will sink even further ahead of this year's midterm elections. Not only would the current Iranian regime still be in power, but it would almost certainly pursue a nuclear weapon and double down on its production of ballistic missiles, drones, and other means of threatening the Gulf, Europe, and the global economy. So, normative judgments aside, as well as those who begrudge them or begrudge them, Israel and its puppet President Trump will feel the need to escalate to try to finish the job. That means seizing Karg Island, from which 90% of Iran's energy flows, and intensifying the daily bombing campaigns to degrade the regime's new leadership and capacity to project power militarily. Such a strategy is inherently high risk, but it could lead, in 2 or 3 months, to effective regime collapse and a more stable Middle East. The world economy and markets would no longer be subject to perennial blackmail by a terrorist regime with a chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz. The Gulf states and their oil facilities would be safe and secure. That is the optimistic scenario. If Karg Island is taken, but the regime does not collapse, the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait off the Houthi-controlled Yemeni coastline will remain vulnerable, as will the Gulf states and their energy facilities. If the regime holds on, the stage could be set for a repeat of the 1970s stagflation. Nonetheless, I see escalation and an Israeli-American victory with regime collapse in a few months as more likely than an escalation and an Israeli-American defeat. The first scenario is obviously better for everyone other than Palestinians, Lebanese, and any of Israel's neighbors, and yet globally still better than the unstable status quo. But, of course, the second scenario could be worse than the status quo. Ultimately, the decision comes down to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his puppet President Trump both of whom are politically doomed if they cannot improve on the current situation in a manner that allows them to save face, in a way that allows them to maintain the mask that they were always in control after all. The case for eliminating Iran's fanatical Islamist regime remains strong. For 47 years, the Islamic Republic has been a curse on its own people and the wider region. While subjecting Iranians to oppression and economic misery, it has consistently threatened not only Israel. They've meddled in Sunni-majority countries and/or countries with large Shiite populations, many of which, including Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, the Sudan, and Libya, have become failed or semi-failed states. In addition to destabilizing the entire Middle East, Iran has sponsored terrorism around the world, helping to fuel mass migration into Europe, and supporting Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, or rather all the while by supporting Russia's war of aggression in the Ukraine. Iran's long-range ballistic missiles can reach all of Europe, while an Iran with nuclear weapons would be a direct threat to all the Middle East and Europe. Regardless of what one thinks about Trump's choice to go to war, everyone should want an endgame in which the current regime can no longer threaten global economic and financial stability or security. Trying to finish the job is, in that context, better than the alternatives, even given the obvious risks. By the way, I should rephrase what I've said about Iran's long-range ballistic missiles in the sense that they would be a threat to Europe first and all the Middle East secondarily. Now, der deutschen Bundeskanzler Friedrich Merz put it well during the 12-day war last June. Israel is doing the dirty work for all of us. That was in a skewed and twisted sense, however perverse, true then, and it is true now. Not in a manner that we should not plan to deal with the problem of Israel after Iran. That has to be a historical inevitability. Even though Europe, Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, and all of Asia would benefit more from the end of the Islamic Republic than America would, American imperial escalation is likely. The best case scenario is global economic turmoil in the short run, followed by greater global stability. But medium or long-term disruptions are a very real possibility. Fossil fuel dependence leaves economies vulnerable amid Middle East tensions. With the Strait of Hormuz closed, a widespread inflationary spike is looming. With the world feeling the Iran war fallout, the Iran war exposes the global economy's vulnerability. We're on the brink of a global recession, but it's not Iran we need to worry about. We've got a new front. Houthi supporters have rallied in solidarity with Iran and Lebanon in the Yemeni capital of Sana'a on Friday into the weekend before last. The risk of an expanded Iran war grew as Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthis on Saturday, I believe in the first weekend of this month, launched their first attacks on Israel
since the start of the conflict. The United States Navy's conflict with Houthi rebels in the Red Sea is the most intense, sustained sea battle since World War II. Initiated in late 2023, the campaign involves daily threats with Houthis using drones and missiles to attack international shipping and United States warships, forcing sailors into frequent close-range, high-stakes engagements. In terms of the Die Draconik, that's Die Deutschensprech, or the German speak, for literally Meisterschlüssel, which would be anglicized as master key aspects of this conflict, we have sustained engagement. Unlike short, sharp encounters, this battle is a relentless months-long fight against missiles and drones. We have the targeting of United States vessels, Houthis having aimed directly at United States Navy destroyers, forcing the use of advanced defense systems and, at times, 5-inch deck guns. We have high-volume attacks, the Houthis launching over 170 attacks in region, including attacks on American warships. We have the threat to shipping. Over 190 ships have been attacked, causing at least 12 to sink and significant damage to others, disrupting global trade. And then, of course, there's the weaponry involved. Houthi weapons include anti-ship cruise missiles and drones often backed by Iranian assistance. This confrontation has strained United States naval resources and highlighted new threats in postmodern maritime warfare, demanding high-end combat skills. 1 month after Israel and its 50 American satrap states in union began attacking Iran, concerns are growing in the Empire of Japan that soaring crude oil prices could lead to even higher food and other prices, putting additional strain on businesses and households. Iran's de facto blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has driven up crude oil prices, hitting businesses such as farms, Sento public bathhouses, and public transportation operators. The Nikkei 225 stock average sank 5% minutes after opening Monday as dated the 30th day in March to a 2026 low, while Brent crude traded above $115 per barrel. The weak yen breached the crucial 160 yen per dollar level over the last weekend of last month. The centrality of petroleum to the 21st century economy means that the conflict with Iran is having a profound impact on countries around the world, testing the resilience and policymaking of governments. Prices are climbing and production is scaling back. Smart, sustained, and coordinated action is needed to combat these pressures. Ultimately, geopolitical shifts are demanded. It is hard to appreciate the centrality of petroleum to the 21st century economy, whether a developed nation or one that is developing. Consumers recognize it daily when they purchase gas or nervously eye the climbing price when they pass gas stations. Its use is far more wide-ranging, however. It is essential to goods such as fertilizer and subsequently food and plastic, which wraps just about everything on store shelves. That ubiquity means that the conflict with Iran is having a profound impact on economies around the world, testing the resilience and policymaking of governments. Prices are climbing and production is scaling back. You need smart, sustained, and coordinated action to combat these pressures, and ultimately, tectonic geopolitical seismic shifts are demanded. Now, before I articulate further upon that, Brendan has sent a Call of Duty Black Ops 2 coming true in weird ways. Explain this to us, Brendan. Tell us a little bit about how so. And they got some nice graphics here. I'll give them that. Yeah, pretty good.
I mean, it says it all in that first paragraph, but I can read it.
Please do. Please do.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a second. It's coming up. Just give me a second here.
Take your time.
It says, first released in 2012, the Call of Duty franchise Black Ops 2 was the futuristic first-person shooter where much of the action takes place in 2025. But people are saying that the game predicted future events in a Simpsonian style, like how people are saying The Simpsons predict everything.
Right, predictive programming. Go on.
Right, because this is a military contractor that made this game. But anyways, it begins with the Second Cold War, a war started by an international businessman with a cult of personality amid a trade war where China cuts the U.S. off from rare earth minerals. Yeah, there you go. And
Wow.
that's like a broad stroke. But yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you for that. Joe, go on. Continue. Anything else you could point to?
Well, just we've already talked about this before, but just that it starts off you invade Yemen. You're in a mission in Saudi Arabia where the Yemen rebels are attacking, and you have to land on Socotra Island and all that. I remember mentioning that.
Yeah,
but we're reaching that point, and the game's main plot point was that it was due to they made up some kind of fake rare earth mineral, so they didn't give away any secrets. But basically, yeah, China. There was a cyber attack started by the U.S., which you know what that means when they say cyber attack. It's a joint venture between these powers, right?
Yeah, Israel, America. Go on.
Yeah, so then they attacked China, and China retaliated by restricting rare earth metals. There
we have it. Now tell people,
right, so
Socotra Island is a real island. Tell them that's not something made up for the game at all.
No, Socotra Island is an island that's situated in the choke point of the Red Sea. So that'll be the next, strategic choke point if this were to escalate, of course.
And it's a magical island. You can let people know about that. It's profound. It's an incredible place to visit. Though a lot of the tourists wound up stuck there. You can tell about that. A lot of tourists wound up stuck there with this war. I wonder if all of them.
Oh yeah, because they go there to visit. Yeah, they were evacuated, but it took them months to get off.
Yeah.
Which for a tourist that sucks because you're running on a budget, or right, and your hotel's closed because they don't want to get bombed. So it's like hell, basically, purgatory.
Damn. Well, they learned a lot about the local culture pretty damn quick, I'll tell you.
I bet they did. Yeah, so it's an island that has these dragon blood trees that are very famous. It's the only place on Earth that they grow.
Yeah.
And they're highly medicinal, and it's like a beautiful primordial landscape, basically. So it's like there's only one type of it in the world. But it's ran by Yemen.
Yeah.
Even now.
Yeah.
But in that game, you land there, like the U.S. forces land there, or whoever, the CIA, like jump squad.
Yeah.
That because you're in the Black Ops. That's the whole point of the game. You start off in Saudi Arabia, then you go there and all that. But it's definitely telling that they've had this plan since 2012.
Yeah.
At the very minimum.
Yeah.
But so other people have, and I won't give him credit because he obviously stole it, but that other, the fake Yale guy.
Yes, go on. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm seeing a UAP.
Okay. Well, there you go. He's being buzzed.
Yeah, I just got flashed by iridium flare from a satellite type.
Cool.
Thing. Yeah. Well.
There you go.
I'm sure it's fine. But anyways, so. Oh, there's another light coming in. This is very strange. But anyways, you guys get live.
They're triangulating.
Yeah, you guys get live UFO activity on over the bandwidth.
Cool. Cool.
But what was I talking about? Oh, I was saying, yeah, that professor. I don't even want to name him, but the fake the Chinese Yale plant from Canada. Yeah, he was like trying to flex all the shit he stole from you.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
and he was saying, yeah, the whole point is to basically all these flashpoints were to choke off China.
Yeah.
So the last thing that the Chinese had advantage over in regards to trade was the Belt and Road.
Yeah.
And it's the main linchpin of the Belt and Road is, of course, Iran.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Because all the other countries are compromised, even
Yeah.
Russia to an extent.
Yeah.
They don't really get along with them as much as they want to, you know.
Yeah.
So their last hope was to go through Iran.
That's all I could say is talk about a stupid strategy. But the Chi-Coms, by the way, they've invested very little in Iran. I could see why the guy would be saying what he's saying. He's more or less providing an advisement. His advisement is to go through Iran. And he's trying to tell the communist Chinese bureaucracy or the party to wake up and basically go into Iran. But this would, of course, be very interesting because I doubt the Americans would confront them at all, honestly. And
well, he's claiming the Americans are using this situation to blockade the Chinese.
Of course he is. Of course he is. That's how it feels to them. That's how it feels to them. Yes, that's how it feels to them. But
they're surrounded on all sides. You get it.
Yeah, that's
like if you zoom out and look at the map.
Yeah, that's how they feel.
They don't have many options. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they feel. They feel that way. Yet their Belt and Road, they dominate Eurasia. So that's why he's saying, "Oh, go through Iran." But you know, there's dude, they already have an outlet to the Black Sea through Pakistan. So that's like, and they border it through Kashmir. So they got nothing to bitch about. He's just trying to expand the conflict. See if the Chi-Com party will have the guts or the balls to confront the Americans in Iran. That would be interesting because I doubt the Americans would have the balls to fight back. But that would be intriguing to see it happen. I mean, you know.
Ultimately, the point what I was trying to make that I agree with what you're saying, and then on top of that, if they perceive it like that because of people like him, you know, these assets, that if they perceive that, you know, we know why it was done for the most on a surface level, like because of the beef between, you know, those religious zealot type countries that we won't name. And so there's like both of them were attacking each other, and that was like the main goal, right? But if he gets his way and convinces the Chinese it was like a broader plot to block them trade, then they will withhold the rare earths and all that, and that will they'll dissolve the economies of everybody, like including the Chinese. It would just be a total overnight implosion.
It's what's called MAD, M-A-D, mutually assured destruction. It would be an economic weapon of mutually assured destruction, what they would call economad.
So, which is what would happen. Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, and you know,
according to that Black Ops plot line, that's what would happen.
Got it. So that having been articulated, thank you, Brendan. This month, the OECD, the Organization for Economic
Cooperation. Not fun when you're living it.
Yeah. No, it's not. No, it may be fun in a first-person shooter. It's not fun when you're living it.
Yeah, exactly.
But speaking of economad, or the economic mutually assured destruction, this month, the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the Club of Advanced Industrial Nations, released its updated forecast for our global economy. Predictably, its economists had to adjust the predictions made just a few months ago. The chief problem is rising energy costs. Some 75%, 3/4 of the world's population, lives in fossil fuel importing countries, and they spent $1.7 trillion in 2024. For every $10 per barrel increase in oil prices, global net import costs rise by around $160 billion per year. Now, in the opening week of this month, oil prices topped $100 a barrel, an increase of over 40% since the war started. As a result, the OECD anticipates global gross domestic product growth will slow to 2.9% in 2026, a drop from the 3.3% recorded last year. This is in line with the December forecast, but analysts were expected to increase their initial assessment by around 0.3 percentage points as a result of sustained growth in spending on artificial intelligence, a huge source of demand, and easing American imperial tariffs in the aftermath of adverse court decisions that undercut the ability of the United States President Donald Trump to impose sanctions on a range of trade partners. The war in Iran has erased all these anticipated gains. If the war is concluded immediately, global growth is forecast to reach less than 3% in 2027. A longer-lasting conflict will put that target well beyond reach. More worrisome are inflationary forecasts. The OECD expecting prices to rise 4% this year among Group of 20 members, which is 1.2 percentage points higher than previously expected. A decline to 2.7% is forecast for 2027. Again, a worst-case scenario would propel inflation 0.9 percentage points higher. The chief concern has been the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow waterway through which passes about 20 million barrels a day of oil, about 20% of global petroleum consumption. Now, however, there are reports that Houthi rebels, long supported by the Iranian regime, are preparing to attack shipping in a Red Sea choke point, a trade route that has assumed more importance with the Persian Gulf under attack. That would constitute a worsening situation, as would an attack on and seizure of col'red Island, through which flows 90% of Iran's oil, which is reportedly being considered by these United States. Now, earlier this month, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, warned that we're on the brink of a potential global recession, driven by the escalating conflict in the Middle East and a related rise in worldwide energy prices. With the Strait of Hormuz impassable, a widespread inflationary spike is looming, which would seriously damage the global economy. Along with a fifth of our world's oil and gas supplies, this dual Iranian-American blockade also prevents a third of the world's seaborne fertilizer feedstocks from reaching global markets. That points to lower crop yield this summer, a serious energy spike with a food price spike too. A third of global helium supplies pass through the strait, vital when making semiconductors. Those microchips, comparable in strategic terms to oil, enable trillions of dollars of downstream economic activity, from manufacturing to energy structures, wireless and computer data storage, and defense. On top of all that, multiple sovereign bond crises are brewing across the G7 as Western nations struggle with high fiscal deficits, tightening demographics, and big government while failing to constrain runaway welfare spending. Large lenders are pushing up debt service costs, piling further pressure on already cash-strapped governments. The scope for systemic meltdown, sparked by highly leveraged bond investors, cannot be ignored. But what if the major threat to the global economy was none of these things? Not geopolitik, spiraling food and energy prices, or potential debt market chaos. What if the main danger was elevated equity market valuations?
in particular, the sky-high price of techno stocks and firms focused on AI, or artificial intelligence. It may indeed be that global financial stability is most threatened by the very AI revolution that so many are banking on to rescue global growth. Why? Because AI-related stocks are now trading at increasingly ridiculous valuations, and much of the astronomical investments are going into data centers and other techno-related infrastructure, all financed by debt. Debt which...
Yeah, and some of them, or if not most of them, are just on paper.
Thank you.
The Allbirds scenario. Did you hear about that?
Tell us. And it's not on paper, it's in cyberspace, but go on. Yeah, it's not even on paper.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's like just
on.
nebulous. It's nebulous. So the Allbirds, all they did was they were running basically out of business. No one was buying their sneakers because they were overpriced. I mean, they were good, but they were just not available for most people. Yeah. So all they did was sell, and whoever bought it switched their name to, Allbirds AI, and then their stock went up thousands of percentage.
Right.
Like it was
That's
overnight.
Right. Just by a rebrand with a stupid
but it was just a
letters.
Rebrand.
Yeah, it was stupid.
Because the people that are in the tech sector, because it's in San Francisco, so everyone knew all the people working there and all the, ins and outs, because, the IT people all follow that stuff. Yeah. And they said not a single investment was made into new servers, into, GPUs, graphics processors, anything that you need to make an AI software. Nothing was bought. They just changed the name.
Yeah.
So
insane.
It's just branding. Nothing's been built yet. So it was interesting to see that.
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Just throw in 2 initials, 2 little letters.
Yeah.
AI. And you scare investors out of the trees like monkeys.
Right.
Yeah, it's
to throw money at it.
Yeah, just to throw money at it for no goddamn good reason. Go on.
Another interesting thing, you've heard of Antigua, right? That little island in the deep in the
near Barbados,
Bahamas. Yeah, is it Bahamas? Yeah,
yes, of course.
Or the Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah,
so that country.
Yeah,
so in the 90s.
Yeah, just so you know, the Bahamas is part of the Caribbean. It's one of the borders of the Caribbean. But continue. Yes, go on.
Yeah, well, it's so hard to see on a map that when someone pointed it out, it was just like a speck.
Yeah, understood.
I wasn't sure exactly
these are
where
fly
it was
specks. Yeah, it's Fly Speck Island. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So we can get into geography in a bit when I look at it. But so that country, Antigua, they in the 90s, when they were assigning all these .coms and .ca, .us, all those suffixes, they're called, the internet suffixes, they just by drawing straws got .ai. So Antigua's country code is .ai, right?
So they must have gotten tons of investment. Go on. Yeah, must be.
Yeah, so in the last 5 years, they've gotten hundreds of millions of dollars just to use the .ai.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
And so but to their credit, they're claiming they're going to reinvest it into infrastructure and improving for whatever citizens they have, like the infrastructure and the healthcare. That's what they're claiming. Well, because they've gotten 500 million just in a year.
Yeah. Well, let's hope they don't relive what happened in Nauru Island. Nauru Island was a catastrophe. They had all this money coming in from. They were the richest per capita nation on Earth for a long period of time because of their phosphates. All these birds had shit on that island.
The guano.
Yeah, the guano for millions of years. These birds in their migrations had shit on the island.
They might be coming back now that we have to go back to real fertilizer instead of petro.
No, they won't. No, it's all mined out. It's all mined out.
Well.
No, there's nothing left there. No.
See, then when people like me come out and say, you got to be sustainable, people from Cali, they'll say, oh, you bunch of hippie idiots, liberals. It's like, no, the reason you sustain it is so you have infinite money, you idiot.
Yes, thank you. No,
But they
Hey.
take it as like, oh, you love the earth, so you're a piece of shit or
Oh,
something.
well, that's their Russian programming. That was all programmed into them by the motherless Russians, so that you know, they would just wind up becoming dependent on Russia for gas and everything
Yeah.
else. But
Yeah.
when it came to the Nauru Island, they no, they're denuded, and but for a while there, they were the highest per capita nation on earth. Everybody had the income of a multi-billionaire, and they spent it all on shipping Ferraris and you know, expensive Lamborghinis to the island just to rot in the open.
Yeah,
You
like,
know,
yeah,
literally on tinder
idiots.
blocks. Yeah, just they built a super highway going around the island in a circle, like a roller rink, so they could all just drive in a
Yeah.
circle in their super expensive cars, and they're all just rotting in the open. You know, literally Lamborghinis and Ferraris and shit. It's a nightmare. Just a dystopia. Just dystopia. It's like
Yeah. So there you go.
think of oh God, James, what was his name? The author of Empire of the Sun, who was a dystopian writer. Empire, James Blish, was it? No, not James Blish, of the Sun. Okay, J.G. Ballard. Just think of a J.G. Ballard dystopia like Crash, and that would be, then you'd understand what Nauru Island looks like. It's like a freeway in a circle in the middle of the Pacific.
Yeah, I was about to say that. What are they going to do? Drive their Ferraris in a circle?
That's what they did. That's what they did.
Jeez.
Yeah, like idiots.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. And then now they're all
Well,
like,
I mean, greed is a vice.
yeah, and now they're all starving. Now they're all starving.
Yeah.
They have nothing to offer the world, and the world wants nothing for them. Australia dumps its prisoners there. And so
Oh man, so
yeah,
it's toast.
yeah. Well, the only hope for it would be the establishment, because it's on the equator, and I mean smack dab right on the
Yeah.
equator. The only hope would be to build a space cable, a tethered anchor to a satellite in space that would help to objects escape the gravity well on cables. That would be the only hope for them. They could rebound better than they were before with that, but it would take you know, investment into that, and someday that might very well happen of necessity, because of course we've choked out our access to space because of idiots like Elon Musk just blowing up so much debris into the atmosphere. But our main point being, the bottom line being, in no metaphorical sense, the actual bottom line being that because AI stocks are now trading at increasingly ridiculous valuations, and much of these astronomical investments are going into data centers and other techno-related infrastructure, all financed by debt which in turn rests on extremely weak foundations, if any at all.
Nothing.
Yes, thank you. I completely accept one thing, just to qualify for people. I completely accept that AI, the fifth industrial revolution, will profoundly impact the world, potentially supercharging the global economy at some point, if we develop real AI at some point. We're not doing that right now. The first three revolutions, industrial revolutions, took 250 years. Steam power and mechanization from the 1750s, then steel making and electrification, followed by widespread computation by the end of the 20th century. Industrial Revolution 4.0 was the first 12 decades of this century, or so they tell us, the spread of internet connectivity and mass datafication, meaning that much of everything ever written is now instantly and widely accessible. It's all a load of shit. None of it is true. You can't get anything you want to access that's of any importance. You have to pay for everything. Information is not free. We are not an info-socialist culture. Intellectual propriety has usurped all social progress. And since around 2020, COVID time, the AI revolution
increasingly powerful computers harnessing that connectivity and information access, which the overwhelming majority of us do not have, well, it's been in full swing regardless. Now, as farcical, as illusory as it is, the power of AI is immense. It can optimize production processes, facilitate predictive maintenance, and automate design processes, while improving supply chain management and quality control. What we're seeing now...
Yeah, if used properly.
If used properly. Thank you.
As of right now, it's being used for just total drivel and bonkers.
It's insane. It's insane.
Yeah. It's just like wasting resources at this point.
Yeah, yes. It's like handing a loaded gun to a developmentally disabled child and encouraging him to play with.
Yeah, it's like a knife. A knife can, is useful. It can cut vegetables, or it can hurt somebody, right? Like you can't just hand it off. Yeah.
Or you could easily use it to kill yourself. Yes, and if you hand it to someone who does not feel pain, there are people with such nervous systems where they literally do not feel pain due to a congenital defect, then yes, they'll happily cut themselves apart with a knife in fascination, as they will self-dissect. That's why they need to be institutionalized in straitjackets and rubber rooms.
Yeah.
So
that's what's happening to the collective psyche with this AI nonsense.
Thank you.
It's just, and they call it AI slop, right? All the slop posts that come out where it's just degen and none of it's helpful.
Oh, now it
just makes people even more crazy.
Dude, look up Kirk slop, as in Char Kirk.
Oh, I believe it. I believe
look
it.
up Kirk slop. Yeah,
I try to avoid it because it's so bad. Like, it's so cringe.
Yeah,
that's the real cringe.
It's like, dude, I like when I go onto YouTube and I see Christo-fundies, fundamentalist Christians, saying, "What will happen to people when they meet God?" And they're showing real people, who have recently died. I guess they can do that. I mean, like Ozzy Osbourne. Yeah. Ozzy Osbourne goes to hell, and they show him burning in hell and shit. I guess they can get away with that. But anyhow, they
sacrilege. But
they show all kinds of weird shit. Like
by the way, just a quick update. Sorry to interrupt this, but did you hear that there was an airliner that hit a drone here in California?
Yes, that's right. So tell us about this. Because,
so it left from San Francisco. It was a United flight, and it landed in San Diego.
Yes.
But apparently, during its descent, it struck a drone.
Yeah.
Over the deserts of somewhere in the south.
Yeah.
I'm looking. It looks like it was over Mexico. So dude's gonna use that as some kind of mad excuse or something.
No. Where was this again?
So it left from San Francisco.
Yeah.
And it said they reported they hit a drone, in quotes, above San Diego on Wednesday morning. And then on the map, it shows that they're taking, like, when a plane has to land, they have to bank. They make the loop.
Yeah.
So they, like, dipped near the border and then looped back to San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming it was a Mexican drone. Or, like, they'll blame it on Mexico, of course, is what I'm saying. Or maybe it could be a cartel drone even. Who knows?
Yeah.
Because a drone that goes 3,000 feet that's not like a civilian drone, obviously.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's
too advanced for that.
Yeah. So I do know that there was an airline pilot approaching San Diego Airport who reported seeing a drone, but didn't strike it. So it must be a different case.
I'm reading the update now. The update now. He says it was preparing to land at San Diego and it did not hit. So the initial report said it was struck.
Okay.
So I think that was it. They corrected that.
So either that or United Airlines was told to shut up. So
that's my assumption.
Yeah. So United
Airlines, especially if there was no damage, if it was just like like it just broke.
Yeah.
And the plane wasn't damaged, they probably said shut up.
Yeah.
There's no reason to go. Yeah, because the FAA is now just like owned by those people.
Yeah,
so
they're just an extension of the government.
Happened.
Yeah, there's just an extension of the government. Yeah, the deep state.
There's no guardrails. Yeah.
So
as far as the public,
Censorship is what I'm saying.
that's right. So as far as what the public is being fed, United Airlines was clarifying earlier reports that the Boeing 747 struck the drone on approach to San Diego International Airport on Monday, opening this work week. But now they're denying that. So that sounds to me like government intervention, and they were told to shut
So
up.
some people in the comments, they're saying maintenance crew found no damage,
Yeah.
not likely to suffer damage.
Okay.
The plane did not hit a drone. It may have been something else like a balloon.
Yeah. So thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Now, in terms of AI, as we said, it has potential for productivity. Because of that potential, what we're seeing now is a multi-billion-dollar race, not least between the American and communist Chinese firms, to dominate AI, the information and the processes that will increasingly drive consumer, business, and indeed government behavior across the world. But what's also happening is that this AI investment frenzy is setting up equity markets for a profoundly damaging collapse. and I call it but tech and AI related shares, they now account for an astonishing 45% of the market capitalization of America's Standard & Poor's 500, the world's most important equity index. That's up from 25% 3 years ago, when ChatGPT was launched. And as money has poured into AI companies, the Standard & Poor's 500 Cape-Shiller Index, a highly influential measure of the composite cyclically adjusted PE, or price earnings ratio, of leading American stocks, has been driven above 40. That's way above its long-term average of 17, and much higher than 28 prior to the 2008 collapse. When PE ratios are high, equity investors are paying a lot to own a share of a company's earnings, suggesting stocks are overly expensive. Yet these highly elevated valuations continue, despite ongoing sluggish growth, geopolitical turmoil, and the prospect of serious future inflation. In October, NVIDIA, an AI chip designer that is now a full-stack software, hardware outfit, became the first ever company to hit a $5 trillion, that would be a 3.6 trillion pound sterling market capitalization. The value of a single company now outstrips the annual gross domestic product of both Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, and Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany. The trouble is that tech and AI stocks are priced for perfection. The idea that everything related to the development of this latest industrial revolution will turn out just fine. But it never does. AI data centers need astronomical amounts of electricity, which will not always be available. The massive impact of this tech on jobs, society, and democracy means stiff regulation may well ensue. Or at least it bloody well should, curtailing commercial dreams thereby. And above all, much of the investment piling into AI is highly leveraged, driven by debt provided by unregulated private credit providers. And that debt is increasingly being collateralized
using the AI chips themselves. Many investors are depreciating these chips over 5 to 6 years for accounting purposes in their funding models. But their effective economic life is often much shorter, 2 to 3 years, because of the relentless release of more efficient hardware. Yes, AI is economically transformational, but so were railways in the 19th century, and so was the Internet revolution of the late 1990s. Both drove massive speculative investment, and both caused manias, panics, and crashes as multiple companies failed. History does not happen in a straight line. The big difference being that the railway and internet infrastructure created during those booms remained in place. The valuable tracks and rolling stock and the fiber optic cables, when the various companies went bust. The debt financing behind those investment booms was often collateralized against those valuable assets, which held their worth, being used for years by competitors and new entrants. The AI boom is collateralized against microchips prone to rapid generational obsolescence. And that, to my mind, makes what is happening now far more dangerous than any previous boom-bust cycles. While the International Monetary Fund has not yet released its usual updated report, the next edition of its World Economic Outlook should be released next month. It will likely mirror those forecasts. IMF Deputy Managing Director Dan Katz said the war could be very impactful across a range of global metrics, with much depending on what happens on the ground. The IMF's former Deputy Managing Directress, and Chief Economist, Geeta Gopinath, warned that the increase in oil prices could cut 0.1 to 0.2 percentage points off global economic growth in 2026 and add around 0.5 percentage points to global inflation. So it's hard to disagree with the OECD authors, who argue that the resilience of the global economy is being tested. They understand the tidal wave effect that rising oil prices have. As Matthias Cormann, head of the OECD, explained, there's a high level of uncertainty around the duration and the magnitude of the current conflict in the Middle East, and that means that this outlook is subject to significant downside risks that could result in lower growth and higher inflation. Now, just taking another look at the latest link from our man Brendan ̔OGHET. Let me heart his last link, open up this link, and see what we have waiting for us. Uganda's army chief says he's 14% Greek and linked to Alexander the Great. Thank you. We needed the comedy break. We needed the that's
I was gonna wait till you were done, but yeah.
Thank you. That's
What
delightful.
What does that even mean? Is it, you think that's real, or he's just flexing, or trying to say he's Alexander?
I have no.
I don't remember Alexander going south.
It's well, there's a lot that was scrubbed about Alexander. Believe me, Alexander went a lot more places than people thought he did. But still, that's Well,
there was also like his lineage, like the Ptolemies and all those people. So
yes, that's right. So who knows? I mean, but still, it's an odd thing, for anyone to bring up. I think that it's precious. It's precious.
Yeah,
yes. Can you pronounce his name? Give it a try.
Give it
Oh,
a
I
try.
didn't even look at it. How's it spelled? I mean, I didn't
Open
even
it
see his
up.
name. I just
Open it up. Open it up. And try and pronounce it.
sure.
There-
Just like,
yeah. His name alone is comedy gold. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just, you
don't
know.
see his name. Gonda's army chief. Oh shit. Okay, it's like string letters.
Yeah.
Mahuzi, Eindrugaba.
I think it would be
Kind of a
more
cool name.
like Muhuzi.
I can't read it fully.
Yeah,
but
it's
it just
mostly.
looked
I believe
like
it would.
Scrabble.
Yeah, it would be Muhuzi, Rugaba. So Muhuzi Rugaba announced this week that a DNA test
Oh,
revealed
he got a 23andMe. Okay.
Yeah, that's
There
it.
you
14% Greek. He told his
Cool.
followers on X that he had always believed he was related to Alexander the Great. He plans to visit Greece and hopes the country will not require him to apply for a visa.
Well, I hate to be this guy, but does he know that they were Macedonian?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
They actually conquered Greece. They were
Yes.
considered foreign.
Yes,
You know?
thank you. Thank you. It's cute. It's precious.
That's why they had beef. That's why they had beef with like his
Yeah.
Alexander's father had beef with Greece and just took it over.
Yes.
And then later on, the Ptolemies were exiled. That's why they had to keep their acquisitions overseas and all that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. All true. All true. It's precious.
They weren't Greek, just
Yes.
in case everyone.
Yes. No, that's cute. It's cute. Yeah, thank you for that. We needed the comedy break because getting back on narrative track, oil is obviously the Achilles heel of the global economy, and skyrocketing gasoline prices get considerable attention with good reason. But the real impact is more extensive than imagined. Paying more for gas means that the price will go up for everything that is made available by fossil fuel burning vehicles. It's a double whammy. Consumers pay
And-
more. Yeah.
And not
continue.
to slide on Greece, but like a
Yeah.
side note is like, what does he think he's gonna get from Greece? I mean, they're not exactly on the top level.
Yeah, probably looking for some hot chick to marry, I would presume. You know, he thinks maybe.
There we go. Okay.
I mean,
it's
he's-
gotta be something like
Yeah,
that.
he's giving himself 4 stars on his hat there. Yeah.
Because they don't have
military might anymore. I don't think.
hmm
Pretty
Yeah.
weak.
Oh yeah,
Even their navy is kind of toast.
well, you mean Greece as opposed to
Greece.
Uganda. Greece is it's let's put it this way, they'll do the best they can. Their main adversary is Turkey, and they've managed to keep Turkey at bay till this point in time. So they at least have enough of a deterrence. So they're not to be counted out. They're definitely more of a spoiler factor in major conflicts, but they're not to be counted out. It's simply that they may well start importing armaments to him if he's willing to buy, if he's willing to pay. I mean, but does he have money for that? You know, it's more like he sounds like he just wants to go there on his own trip, you know, an ego trip, and that's fine. Yeah, but obviously, I would say that Greece would need help in a major war with Turkey. They would definitely need help, simply because they put up as best of a fight as they could, but it's very difficult for a Balkan nation with a very small economy. I mean, if they had committed to Grexit, like they had seriously considered doing for a long time, if they had committed to Grexit, Europe would never have felt it. They could have left the European economy and Europe wouldn't even have blinked. It's the same way with
it's
Hungary.
the same shit.
Yeah.
Same shit as Hungary. So
Yeah.
they
Same
make 1%. They make like a percentage, like sub 10%.
Yeah. Yeah. And they kind of broke themselves when they got scammed in several gas field deals. It was a national tragedy and a travesty. It was horrible. But obviously, I'm very much on the side of Greece in any conflict against Istanbul. But we've got to be realistic. And quite likely, even though they put up, they'd fight to the death, but unfortunately, they would die. That's what I would say militarily as a realist. And so they need help.
Well, I mean, Turkey has been actively engaging
their
in
southern border.
oh,
So they have
Tur-
fighters as well.
Turkey is one of the most militant nations on earth, and they're one of the few nations on earth that respond to almost every
With
challenge
experience.
militarily.
Yeah.
I mean, they go to war for any goddamn reason. They are for no reason at all. So yes, they have an experienced military, and they've invested heavily in the weapons of the future. They manufacture drones at an industrial scale that puts almost all other nations on earth to shame. That's their major industry is drones for war and almost nothing else. That's what they produce. That's all they're good for. And they're preparing for an apocalypse. They're under an administration that feels that they will represent Islam in reestablishing an Ottomanic empire. So they're ready and willing to sweep in to the power vacuum. But there's going to have to be a lot of heavy conflicts and compromises before that front can be stabilized. If they wanted to, they could invade the Balkans, and Europe would be hard pressed to stave them off. It would be a challenge that I think Europe would ultimately meet, but it would be something that would be astronomical cost in lives. That would honestly, they're a threat. The Turks are a threat to the world, and because of all the damage they can do in the region. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, well, the Erdogan is coming up on a Saturn, a limiting Saturn in his chart, so he'll be out pretty much by less than 5 years or so.
Thank God. Thank God.
According to Babylonian astrology, so that's usually a pretty good indicator.
Yeah.
That his power may be waning.
Yeah, but he's preparing for it, and one of
Exactly.
the people who's next in line, a potential successor, is this young man who is the genius behind the drone manufacturing. That's the guy he wants to put in charge after he goes out. So that just might mean, the war is coming even sooner. That's either way, they're a threat, and they need to be dealt with. We certainly need an independent Kurdistan, and that will help immensely. So that being said, when we talk about these processes impacted by oil, your entire world is made out of oil. I mean, back in the days when we were running cassette tapes, they were made out of plastics, which is petroleum. When now we're doing CDs, and it's no fucking different. DVDs as well. I mean, these are all plastics. Now, when their price will go up eventually, along with everything else, based on the precious petroleum and its foreshortage. And the same process is at work when, as I said, it's a double whammy. Consumers pay more for the oil that heats their homes, and their bills will be increased by additional costs that their suppliers incur while delivering it. And that same process is at work when it comes to food. Consumer prices are increased by delivery charges, but they are likely eclipsed by the additional amount that farmers pay for their fertilizer, as well as the costs they incur as products are delivered to them and then charged when goods are taken to markets. Repeat that process yet again for plastics, which are used throughout the packaging stage of manufacturing, and the weight of fossil fuels on an economy becomes unbearable. Literally so. The economy breaks. Governments must get in front of this situation. Absent coordination with the authors of this act of aggression, Israel and its tributary United States, countries can only react to events and try to ease the pain. The decision to release oil from strategic reserves is one step, but it is piecemeal and likely too small. If the conflict drags on, the need to replenish those reserves will only sustain prices. Central banks will seek a balance between combating the inflationary pressures triggered by rising input prices and the inevitable economic slowdowns. Governments will need to aid businesses and households while preventing deficits from ballooning. The IMF has said that it is ready to help countries unduly burdened by these new energy prices, even if the war stopped tomorrow. Experts point out that prices will remain high. Damage has been done to infrastructure and vulnerabilities have been identified. Previously imagined crises have been shown to be possible. While they address these pressing concerns, governments must try to get in front of the long-term problem: outsized reliance on fossil fuels. The transition to renewable forms of energy would reduce vulnerability to distant geopolitical events. It is estimated that replacing fossil fuels in road transport, heating, and power would cut fossil fuel imports by 70%. According to another estimate, the growth of solar power in 2025 alone could displace gas-fired electricity equivalent to all the LNG, or liquefied natural gas, LNG exports through the Strait of Hormuz that year. Yet, that's all a distant dream. While electric vehicles make up a growing share of global transportation, it is still just a fraction of the industry. The growth of renewables has been whipsawed by inconsistent policies and variable market conditions. The transition will take its time and energy as well. In interim, we must plan on escaping the Hormuz trap in the most immediate sense. And the 70-year history of oil transit crises suggests engineering will prove more effective than diplomacy, which is, for all intents and purposes, non-extant. Without a regime change in Iran, or a durable diplomatic resolution to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the West faces its most serious energy security challenge since the Arab-Israeli wars of the 1950s through the 1970s. The Hormuz trap refers to the risk of prolonged disruption to oil, gas, and petrochemical transit through this critical choke point, which could gradually erode the global economy over months and years. In terms of historical precedent, drawing on a 70-year history of oil transit crises in the Middle East, in past conflicts, Arab states have weaponized choke points like the Suez Canal and pipelines to pressure Israel and its Western puppet states. Each time, the West responded by deploying larger tankers to bypass restrictions and building new pipelines to diversify supply routes. This pattern of engineering solutions, infrastructure, and logistics adaptation has historically proven more effective than relying solely on diplomacy. In a viper's nest, in terms of the current risks, if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed or heavily restricted, global oil markets will face volatility and higher prices. Energy-intensive economies like Turkey would be hit early with higher oil prices, petrochemical supply disruptions, and increased industrial input costs. The global economy risks slow structural damage as energy flows are constrained. And in terms of any strategic path forward, the West must revisit and apply the same engineering-based strategies. Expand tanker capacity and optimize shipping routes to bypass or reduce reliance on the strait. Accelerate pipeline projects, ergo the Kirkuk, Ceyhan, and Caspian Black Sea routes to diversify supply, and strengthen regional energy cooperation to create alternative transit corridors and reduce choke point dependence. In summation, while diplomacy is important, physical infrastructure and logistical adaptation are the most reliable tools to escape the Hormuz trap and maintain energy security in the face of geopolitical disruption. Regardless, the risks of slowing growth demand that the global economy needs the Iran war to end. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is like a ticking time bomb for the global economy. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, has already cut its forecast for global growth this year from 3.4% to 3.1%. If the flow of crude oil and natural gas isn't restored until next year, the IMF expects growth to fall to 2% as inflation rises to 6%. But different countries will be affected differently, with low-income markets and energy importers taking the brunt of the pain. Gita Gopinath, a Harvard's economics professores, who was formerly the first deputy managing directress of the IMF, has advised how countries can prepare by explaining, in her own words, that it also depends on whether you're a beneficiary of the IA wave or not. So if you look at energy importers in Asia, say South Korea, it is one of the countries that's most exposed to the conflict in terms of reliance on the Middle East for its energy. But the effect has been minimal because they're also part of the AI cycle. Energy independence is going to be critical. Thankfully, for many countries, there are alternatives, such as renewables, that can be invested in and developed even more. The cost of required inputs is much cheaper than it used to be. Irregardless, and I just heard gunfire outside, which for San Francisco is the norm. Irregardless, the Iran war risks tipping Great Britain into recession. To reiterate, economists have warned that unemployment and inflation could soar exponentially if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, and Great Britain is at risk of falling into recession this year if the war in Iran drags on. In other words, according to NIESR, NIESR, the National Institute of Economic and Social Research, failure by Iran and the United States to reach a ceasefire threatens to wipe as much as 68 billion pounds sterling from the United Kingdom economy. It warned that a lack of resolution to the conflict, forcing the Hormuz to remain closed, would cause joblessness in Great Britain to soar, with an unemployment reaching 5.8%, a rate not seen since 2014. Inflation will rise 5% to 5%, marking the fastest increase in consumer prices since 2023. Oil prices would risk hitting $140 per barrel from the current level of $112 per barrel. NIESR forewarns that borrowers would also be battered, as the Bank of England would be forced to ramp interest rates back up to 5.25% in order to bring inflation back down. This would match the peak borrowing cost reached in 2023 in the aftermath of the pandemic and the Russian Empire's invasion of Ukraine. To quotist Stephen Millard, NIESR's deputy director, If the adverse scenario were to happen, we think there would be a high likelihood of recession in the second half of the year. We are not expecting it under our central base of a more rapid reopening of Hormuz, but if events in the Middle East continue as they have done, there is definitely a possibility. This warning cometh just weeks after the International Monetary Fund said Great Britain was facing the biggest economic shock in the G7 this year. It cut its United Kingdom growth forecasts for this year and next, suggesting the impact of higher energy prices would linger. Even if there is an immediate resolution to the war, ni̶řed calculates that inflation will peak at more than 4%, double the Bank of England's 2% target, while the economy would flatline for the second half of 2026. That would represent a £35 billion blow to Great Britain's economy compared with pre-war projections. Per Peter Dixon, an economist at ni̶řed, the markets are increasingly concerned about the UK's fiscal position, partly because of bad policy decisions in the past. With a debt-to-GDP ratio of the order of 95%, the debt interest on that is very significant, and the UK is very sensitive to any increase in interest rates. This is because, in his words, it would take time for oil markets to normalize. The pressures on the market will ensure that oil remains elevated, energy prices will remain elevated, and as a consequence, inflation will remain elevated for some time to come. Now, higher inflation leaves the government's spending plans under pressure, as rising prices will erode the value of the budgets allocated to departments. ni̶řed estimates that topping these up to enable Whitehall to continue with plans set out at last year's spending review will cost around £15 billion per year, rising to £23.5 billion in 2029 through 2030. This would almost entirely wipe out Rachel Reeves' £24 billion of headroom against her borrowing rules, unless she increases taxes further or finds savings elsewhere in the government spending plans. The government's finances are already under pressure from rising borrowing costs in the debt markets. Bond markets closed with the yield on 10-year gilts above 5% for the first time since 2008, putting extra pressure on the near £3 trillion sterling national debt. It raises difficulties for Miss Reeves, who has already ramped up both taxes and borrowing to fund a spending binge. Jim Murphy, the former Scottish Labour leader, said there was limited room to go further, so telling the Building Societies Association's conference, "We know that taxes can't go up much further, but we also know that the bond markets would balk at unfunded new promises. We are in such a place that the public want to see efficiency in public services rather than higher taxes." The Sir Mel Stride, the Shadow Chancellor, said the growth downgrades were the government's fault. To quote his tea, "We're getting poorer because of Labour's choices. Even the best case now means higher prices and lower living standards. Britain cannot afford for Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer to stay in Downing Street. They must both go now, and Labour must urgently change course." Now the private sector is already under growing pressure from the war. Businesses in every industry, including consumer services, business services, manufacturing, retail, and distribution, expect output to fall in the coming months, according to the Confederation of British Industry. The business group saying that energy prices, rising taxes, and the Employment Rights Act are all contributing to falling confidence. At the same time, exports to the Middle East have fallen by 1/5 since the war began at the end of February, according to the British Chambers of Commerce. Sales to Arab League nations, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Oman have plunged since the United States and its Israeli suzerain launched their strikes. And Iran has, in reciprocity, blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, altogether cutting off valuable growth markets for United Kingdom exporters. A government spokesman concluding, "This is not our war, but one we need to respond to. Our best economic policy is our diplomatic policy, de-escalation and protecting family finances, supporting businesses, taking care with the public purse, and strengthening Britain's economic resilience. Thanks to our decisions, the energy price cap has fallen by £117. We are extending the 5p or 5 pence fuel duty cut, supporting households using heating oil, boosting pay for millions, and freezing rail fares and prescription charges." All this because the United States is back in charge of the oil industry. The United States is getting sucked into a conflict in the Middle East. Central banks are desperately trying to keep inflation under control, and the world is facing an energy shock that may cripple the global economy. There are lots of ways the world looks very similar to the early 1970s. And yet, it is now clear that there is also one significant difference between now and then. Whereas half a century ago, the oil cartel OPEC was rising in power, with yesterday's shock decision by the United Arab Emirates to quit the group, it is clear that it is falling apart. In reality, the American empire is taking back control of the fossil fuel industry, and that is of enormous geopolitical significance. On social media, the smarter commentators are already referring to it as a Wexit, as in UAE-zit. The collection of Gulf statelets that include Dubai and Abu Dubai, i.e., the historical Trucial Sheikdoms, today announced that it was leaving the cartel that has long dominated the supply of oil. After 60 years, the United Arab Emirates will take back control of its own production. It's not hard to work out why. For years, the United Arab Emirates has been unhappy with the quotas the cartel imposes on its members, which have held back production and stopped them from maximizing their revenues from their enormous reserves of oil and gas. Even more seriously, they desperately need the money. In the wake of the war with Iran, the tourist industry has collapsed, leaving hotels and planes half full. The expats who did all the main jobs have started going home. And given that no one really wants an apartment that might be hit by an Iranian drone at any time, property prices are in freefall. The economic model that has turned the Gulf into one of the richest places in the world has suddenly collapsed. They will need to sell as much oil and gas as possible just to stay afloat. Never mind, start expanding again. To quotist from X, Amina Bakr, an analyst at Energy Intelligence, argues, "They need to have greater autonomy over oil production. The country wants to increase output capacity and actually use it, rather than keep production capped, especially after the war ends." The departure of the UAE may well prove a terminal blow to the cartel. The United Arab Emirates accounting for close to 10% of OPEC's total production, making it the third largest producer after Iran on 14% and Saudi Arabia on 37%. According to the energy economist Daniel Lacal, it was producing around 3 million barrels a day under its quota, but it has the capacity to increase that to 5 million barrels a day very quickly once it is outside the system. As soon as the tankers
can start getting through to its main markets in Europe and Asia, it will start ramping up its production dramatically. After all, what would be the point of leaving otherwise? It is not just the United Arab Emirates that will soon be flooding the world with cheap oil. Venezuela, with the largest oil reserves in the world, is still a member. Its oil industry was destroyed under the inept, corrupt rule of Hugo Chavez and Nicolás Maduro. But following the American raid that deposed Maduro, the country is effectively moving into the American camp, albeit under Chavista economics domestically. As it starts to rebuild its oil industry, it is not likely to stay a member for much longer. Indeed, the American empire may well have been instrumental in persuading the United Arab Emirates to leave OPEC. Last week, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed that the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, had been given a swap line with the Federal Reserve, effectively a form of soft loan, to tide it over the collapse in revenues. There is already plenty of speculation that leaving OPEC was the quid pro quo for that arrangement, and it is hard to see why the United States would agree to it otherwise. Behind the scenes, America is taking OPEC apart piece by piece. If so, it is doing so very effectively. There is no point in trying to operate a cartel unless you control the bulk of the world's supply. For OPEC, that is no longer even remotely true. With the boom in fracking, the United States has already turned ourselves into the world's largest oil producer and exporter. And with the Trump maladministration relaxing licensing rules, that dominance will only increase. The second largest producer, the Russian Federation, is not a member either, and neither are the fourth and sixth largest, respectively Canada and the Communist Chinese Empire. Within a few years, Venezuela will join the top three, given the scale of its reserves, leaving OPEC minus the United Arab Emirates representing only 4 of the top 10 oil producers. As a percentage of global oil production, OPEC was already down to 36%. With the United Arab Emirates leaving, that will fall to close to 30%. The Saudis, or the Iraqis for that matter, they simply will not be able to hold the world to ransom anymore. They can turn off production if they want to, but there will be plenty of production elsewhere. Add it all up, and one point is clear. The global fossil fuel industry is now under total American control in a way that has not been true since the mid-1960s, the decade into which I was delivered into this vale of tears. Arguably, the global fossil fuel industry is now under total American control in a manner that has not been true, as demonstrable in all of recorded human history. We are the petrol power at the apex at the end of the world. The White House can now effectively control the price of oil, decide who gets supplied and who does not, and determine whether the lights stay on and the factories keep running for almost any country we choose. Anyone can debate the rights and wrongs of that, and whether it is the right strategic choice, given that in the medium term fossil fuels are likely to be replaced by wind, solar, and nuclear power. For the time being, however, there is no denying a simple point. OPEC's 500-year reign of terror is over, for better or for worse. No one will be interested in what its members are doing anymore. And the American empire
has transformed ourselves into the world's energy superpower. And nothing is going to change that now. In essence, the United States has become a rogue state. Here's what the rest of the world can do about it. The second Trump maladministration has been far more disruptive, damaging, and dangerous than any observers, excepting myself, expected. And the tragically inept war with Iran is driving that point home in spades. As a result, every country in the world is having to figure out how to deal with an increasingly rogue United States. Ask yourself, if you led Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Deutschland, or the new United Germany, Indonesia, Nigeria, Denmark, Australia, etc., what would you do? Here's why this is a hard problem. The American empire is still very powerful, even if it is now pursuing policies, misguided mercantilism, mindless attacks on science and academia, overt hostility to immigrants of all sorts, doubling down on fossil fuel dependence, wasteful military misspending, chronic deficits, etc., that will weaken us over time. For the moment, to spite all the articulated, other states still have to worry that American imperial power could be abused to harm them, either intentionally or inadvertently. Second, as I have argued at length elsewhere, the United States is now acting like a predatory hegemon, exploiting positions of leverage built up over decades to exploit allies and adversaries alike. This zero-sum approach to nearly all relations with others includes a deep hostility toward most international institutions and norms, deliberately erratic behavior, misbehavior, I should say, and a tendency to treat foreign leaders with ill-disguised contempt, while expecting demeaning acts of submission and fealty from most of them. As the fallout from the war in Iran spreads throughout the region and around the world, it underscores that the maladministration either didn't understand how its misactions would affect other states or simply didn't care. Which brings me to the third problem. American imperial foreign policy is now in the hands of a remarkably incompetent set of officials, from the president on down. International influence depends on many things, but one of the Die Draconic, that's Die Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak literally for Meisterschlüssel, which would be anglicized as master key ingredients, is other states' belief that the people they have to deal with are smart, well-informed, and generally know what they are doing. At this point, does anyone in the higher echelons of the Trump maladministration merit that description? Not that I can see. Conducting foreign policy is a difficult business, and no government gets everything right, but this maladministration commits own goals on a minute-by-minute basis while insisting that it is more infallible than the Vicar of Christ, the Pope himself. To make his matters worse, some of these features are not going to be easy to correct after Trump leaves office, even if he is replaced by someone with completely antithetical views. The institutional capacity of the American imperial foreign policy machinery is being hollowed out as experienced civil servants retire or are dismissed, including some senior military officers, and are either superseded by Trump cultists or not replaced at all. And because the American body politique remains deeply polarized, other states must also worry that the pendulum
will simply swing back and forth between extremes. Americans elected Trump not once, but twice, and could elect someone similar yet again. Given that reality, how can any country trust any commitment that Washington might make today, or under a Democratic president? The bottom line is that the rest of the world is going to be dealing with a powerful, perniciously predatory, and highly erratic United States for at least 3 more years, and probably much longer. If that is the case, then what should other countries do, bearing in mind that the American empire is not the only dangerous predator out there, and for some states, more immediate dangers lie closer to home? To repeat my question, if you ran another country's foreign policy, what would you do? Here are the main options that I see. Throughout history, the classic way to deal with powerful and dangerous states is to balance against them, either through one's own efforts or in partnership with others, or both. One sees this tendency in the Russian and Communist Chinese empires' No Limits Partnership, the support that North Korea provided Russia in the Ukraine, the network of proxies that Iran has backed around the Middle East, and the intelligence support that the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire is openly giving Iran. A variation that some states are likely to adopt is soft balancing, the conscious coordination of diplomatic action to thwart a powerful state's aims. A classic illustration was the coordinated French, Russian, and United German decision to oppose the 2002 United Nations Security Council resolution that would have authorized the United States attack on Iraq. Although it failed to convince the Bush administration not to go to war, it exposed American and British imperial isolation and increased the political cost that each ultimately paid. The European response to Trump's threats to take East Grönland from Denmark is another obvious example, a coordinated diplomatic response intended to keep a powerful state from undertaking an unwanted action, or misaction in this case, although it had a military element as well. Soft balancing appears to be what the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney had in mind in January when he called for the world's middle powers to come together and create mutually beneficial relations that don't depend on cooperation from an unreliable and predatory United States. The Trump maladministration is betting that both hard and soft efforts to balance American imperial power will be weak, erratic, and not very consequential. They could be right, because many countries remain understandably reluctant to take costly actions to counter American imperial power, and given efforts at soft balancing, face big collective action problems. Those obstacles, however, are not insurmountable, especially if accommodating the United States just leads to fresh demands, or other countries come to see close partnerships with the American empire as more of a liability than an asset. And let's not forget another form of balancing. Some states that either worry that the United States might attack them or fear that it is no longer a reliable protector will be tempted to enhance their security by acquiring nuclear deterrents of their own. Concerns about American reliability have led France to propose extending its own deterrent more broadly in Europe, and national polities such as South Korea and the Empire of Japan are once again contemplating the need for a deterrent of their own. The war with Iran and the elimination of several relatively cautious Iranian leaders will only strengthen the hands of those who believe that their biggest error
was not to imitate North Korea and make an active sprint for the bomb while they had the chance. Although most realist scholars maintain that bandwagoning with a powerful predatory state is risky and therefore rare, some states will see this as their best option. Especially weak and vulnerable states may conclude that they have no choice but to align with the United States and hope for the best, and countries that want to use American imperial support to advance their own revisionist aims will be happy to jump on the bandwagon. Eretz Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the smaller Persian Gulf states are obvious examples of this sort of opportunistic behavior, or should I say, misbehavior. This category also includes right-wing leaders, or I should say dictators, such as Hungary's Viktor Orbán, until recently Argentina's Javier Milei, France's Marine Le Pen, or Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu, who see Trump as a prestigious and charismatic figure who shares their own distaste for liberal democracy and many global norms. It should surprise no one that each of these leaders, including Trump himself, have openly backed Orbán's failed reinstallment effort in Hungary. Bandwagoning with an erratic and predatory United States is not without its own risks, of course. For one thing, debacles such as the Iran war, the sluggish American economy, and Trump's underwater approval ratings are tarnishing the MAGA brand and could make a close association with the American empire less beneficial to foreign populists. Furthermore, most of these leaders' popular support rests on portraying themselves as ardent nationalists, which is not consistent with long-term deference to a predatory foreign power. Such concerns may explain why Le Pen, de facto leader of France's far-right national rally, has slightly distanced herself from Trump in recent months. States that choose to remain closely aligned with the United States and want to use American imperial power to advance their own aims will redouble their efforts to steer American foreign policy in the directions that they favor. Netanyahu and some Die Draconic, that would be Die Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, literally for Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key organizations, in the Israel lobby helped convince Trump to start the latest war, and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is reportedly pushing Trump to bring in ground troops. It being a safe bet that Israel and the Gulf states will continue to lobby the White House and Congress to keep arms flowing, and one can also expect more blatant forms of influence peddling, most certainly new business deals for Jared Kushner or the Trump Organization, to continue so long as Trump is in office. But the war in Iran is a risk for these states too. The more that it is seen as a war being fought on behalf of others, the greater the risk of a backlash if the war turns out badly. When you are dealing with an unreliable power, or partner in this case, the smart thing to do is to reduce your dependence thereon, your dependence on them, even if doing so is somewhat costly. This tendency has been apparent ever since Trump's announcement of reciprocal tariffs in April of 2025, after which American trading partners worked overtime to reduce their dependence on the American market by forging free trade deals with each other. Canada has reduced tensions with the Communist Chinese Empire and negotiated new trade pacts with India and Indonesia, and the European Union has done the same with India and Mercosur. As any parent knows, sometimes very weak actors can get their way by stubbornly refusing to go along with the demand, in the hope that the stronger party will lack either the will or the patience to enforce compliance. The United States' NATO allies balked when Trump demanded that they help open the Strait of Hormuz, for example, because they were not consulted before the war, have little reason to rescue Trump from his own mistakes, and probably hope that the debacle will teach Washington a much needed lesson. Alternatively, states can pretend to comply with the demand, but then drag their feet, announce unexpected complications, make it harder to verify compliance, and generally kick as much dust in the air as possible. The appeal of this strategy is obvious. It avoids an open confrontation with Washington, but also avoids the full costs of compliance. Other states have used this tactic against the United States in the past. NATO countries repeatedly pledged to increase their defense spending, yet managed to fall short each time. Or Israel promised to dismantle some settlements, but did so as slowly as possible and built new ones to replace them in the meantime. The Trump maladministration is reportedly trying to determine whether the centralized single-party state capitalist China fulfilled the economic promises that it made during Trump's first midterm. I'll bet it did not. It's a big, busy, and complicated world, and even a very powerful empire such as the United States cannot keep track of everything that other states might have agreed to do in the past and determine whether they are living up to their pledges. Hard power is still the primary currency of world politics, but powerful states also benefit when they are seen as mostly virtuous, reasonably honest, and reliable, and trying to make the world better at least some of the time. This quality is what the late Joseph Nye termed soft power. States gained influence when others saw them as appealing and, for the most part, benevolent. It follows that the American empire's opponents will go to great lengths to tarnish our image by portraying us as a selfish, aggressive, dangerous, and a model to be rejected rather than admired and emulated. A corollary to this strategy, which market socialist model China has followed for some time, is to stay out of the way and let the United States keep stumbling. As Napoleon Bonaparte allegedly said, never interrupt an enemy when it is making a mistake. And boy, is the Trump maladministration making this easier. Bragging about blowing up boats in the Caribbean merely on grounds of suspicion, helping to mass assassinate foreign leaders, terrorizing tourists and immigrants, imposing travel bans on more than a dozen countries, ordering financial sanctions on foreign officials for the unpardonable sin of criticizing the president, boasting that power is all that matters, imposing tariff rates that bounce up and down like a gerbil on meth, launching a war with consequences for the entire world economy with no clear idea of where it would lead. The list goes on and on. As the United States' image shifts from that of a well-intentioned, if sometimes mistaken global power to one that is uncaring, cruel, reflexively dishonest, and out only for itself, even leaders who want to do business with Washington will be wary of getting too close. The various strategies for opposing the United States are mutually reinforcing. The more states begin to balance, either in hard or soft form, the easier it becomes for others to distance themselves as well. The more that the United States' role in the world is seen not as broadly benevolent, but as actively harmful, the harder it will be for many states to stay on the United States' side, and the more foreign leaders will benefit from standing up to Washington. The more that states balk,
the easier it is for others to follow suit, because even a superpower cannot keep track of every country's minor acts of defiance and punish all of them at once. Here's the main lesson that Americans should take from this array of possible responses to Washington's present misbehavior. The great advantage of being a powerful empire is that one has a substantial margin of error, or a margin for error, and many resources upon which to draw when dealing with problems. The disadvantage is that while some states look for ways to exploit American imperial power for their own benefit, others will find it worrisome and will look for ways to tame or constrain it. For this reason, a far-sighted great power will use its power with restraint, adhere to widely held norms whenever possible, recognize that even close allies will have their own agendas, and work to fashion arrangements with others from which all parties benefit. Maintaining the mailed fist of hard power is valuable, but so is cloaking it in a velvet glove. The United States did this tolerably well for most of the past 75 years and benefited greatly, but its present leaders are rapidly tossing that wisdom overboard. As I warned more than 2 decades ago, and here I quotest myself, if the United States ends up hastening the demise of its existing partnerships and giving rise to new arrangements whose purpose is to contain us, we will have only ourselves to blame. The hopeful news being that America's beaten the right-wing oligarchs before. FDR called them economic royalists and built a nationwide movement powerful enough to take them on and push them out of politics. America broke up the robber barons in the progressive era. We can do it again. But first we have to call this what it is. Not any difference of political opinion, not a culture war distraction, but a deliberate, well-funded, internationally coordinated assault bent on destroying American and ultimately worldwide democracy itself. The multi-billionaires and ideologues behind this are not confused. They know exactly what they're tearing down and what kind of oligarchy they're trying to build up to replace our democracy. The crisis is whether enough of us see it clearly enough to stop them before their project is complete. Spread the word. Share the story. Call your members of Congress today. You can find their contact information online and demand they use their constitutional authority to stop Trump's unauthorized war being fought at the behest of foreign autocrats and domestic multi-billionaires. Demand they tax the rich appropriately, reclaim the power the founders carefully and intentionally gave them, get dark money out of politics, and begin to restore the American government that Trump and Musk so viciously destroyed. Democracy cannot defend itself. That's our job. And America's democracy needs the British monarchy. Perfect spring sunshine beamed down on King Charles III, and Queen Camilla as they slowly made their way down the sloping lawn of the British Embassy in Washington this week. none of the hundreds of eager Americans gathered at the British Embassy's garden party had ever seen a British king in our nation's capital. The last visit was in 1939 by King George VI, when a similar garden party took place in the shadow of the gathering storm in Europe. Yet, if the assembled politicians, media celebrities, business leaders, and occasional historian nibbling on finger sandwiches and sipping Pimm's cups thought at all about previous royal visits, it was likely Queen Elizabeth's 1976 bicentennial tour that occupied their thoughts. Few in the garden this week would have included in such festivities, well, they would not have been included at all in such festivities a half-century ago. But the connection between that visit and the Kings for America's 250th anniversary of independence served as a link across the generations. Back in 1976, the Queen arrived on July 6th, just 2 days after the climax of the celebrations and when bicentennial fever was at its height, but also when the country was still racked by a decade of social unrest, Vietnam, Watergate, assassinations, and economic recession. In contrast, the king arrived 2 days after a regime-designated patsy was assigned to play-kill President Donald Trump and members of his cabinet at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. Coming months before July 4th, Charles has descended into the most fervid political atmosphere since the dark days of the 1960s. The question is whether his visit will not only be as successful as his mother's, but whether he can patch up bilateral relations that have severely strained the special relationship. The Minister of Parliament, Tom Tugendhat, formerly Great Britain's Minister of State for Security, believes that the personal relationship rubs off onto official relations, noting that Trump not only sincerely respects the royal family, but understands that power and pageant are connected, making him receptive to the message of renew and revitalize that London hopes will sway the president. Indeed, in his landmark address to Congress, Charles lauded the irreplaceable and unbreakable relationship, which of course was first broken in 1776. But perhaps the king can perform a service even beyond that of repairing transatlantic ties, as evidenced by the sincere admiration shown him by those gathered in Congress and at the Embassy Garden Party. Is it possible that he can help Americans overcome their own differences amongst each other, to use the correct King's English? After all, when he acknowledged this as the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, politicians of both parties in Congress leapt to their feet in cheers. It was perhaps not the most polite response, but there have been few moments when any speaker before Congress can get unanimity on any topic, something Trump humorously noted at the glittering state dinner that evening. Bringing Americans together is certainly not the king's responsibility, nor the focus of his trip. But as the most prominent state visit this year, the luster he and Camilla bring to the semi-quincentennial celebrations may help Americans appreciate what they share in common, and not just what they disagree on. Despite some of the drama of recent years, the monarchy still represents a pinnacle of civility, something desperately needed in an America where the intolerant fringes are increasingly threatening the public square and the non-radical middle. The
non-radicalized center. The King's speech highlighted the vital necessity of maintaining unity and respecting our democratic traditions, which, after all, derive from English common law and Enlightenment thinking. If his reaffirmation of democratic norms and decency sparks a reassessment of our recent antisocial misbehavior, then he will have played a role more important than most of our politicians, who toy with Spanish Civil War-style demonization of opponents, goading Americans to be at each other's throats. As the royal visit continues, there will be as many Americans hoping to have the better angels of their nature called forth by the King's words as there will be those who revel in vituperation and condemnation. Such is the democratic estate. But it is always good to be reminded of just how precious our inheritance is, particularly by one whose country was the wellspring of our own tradition. And with that, we close transmission. If Aristides is with us, by all means, feel free to enter the links again as we draw down for the night. And with that, we'll see if there's a response. Anyone who wishes to enter something that will be published with the upload has to do so now, or it will not be published with the episode, simply because that's how YouTube works. And with that, I believe our producer is taking his rest. All of you rejoin us on Sunday. Same Ditrak time, same Ditrak channel, Ditrak being the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Same dragon time, same dragon channel, Sunday night. And bring a friend. And encourage their contribution. This is your war. You have to fight it.